All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 2nd, 2025 meeting of the Merced City Council. I want to apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties just to make sure all our live streaming and broadcasting is working properly, so everything is good and set to go now. We'll begin with an invocation from Pastor A. Luna Garza from United Methodist Church in Merced, and then after that, Councilmember Harris, who, if you haven't noticed, has a brand new suit on. In order to commemorate the occasion, he's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I just want to take a quick moment of privilege. I've been here since June 25th of 2018, and so I'm about to celebrate my 7th year anniversary here in Merced. And first, can I just say I love Merced, right? Don't we all, right? Right? And as of July 1st, I'll be moving to serve another church because that's how the Methodist Church does it. They reassign us, and so I'm being reassigned to another church outside of Merced. Just know that I've appreciated the time here and seeing Merced flourish and grow and become. And wow, there's so much difference from the day I got here to even today. And that takes work of good leaders. It takes work of community leaders. It takes work of the community. And so I'm really grateful for what y'all are doing and what I hope you continue to do. Shall we pray? Holy and amazing God, we thank you for your faithfulness. We thank you for Merced, its constituents, our county, and our people. We thank you for just the blessings and the grace that have been shared upon us. And we just ask that you continue to guide us forward in blessing and grace. Lead our leaders to do well with compassion and with a spirit of well-being and goodwill towards all our constituents. And help us all to build this community into what you would expect it to be. We give you thanks, honor, glory, and praise. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Thank you, Pastor A. It's going to be sad to see you leave. You've done incredible work for our town. And if there's someone we can call or talk to get that transfer canceled, give me that number, Nick.
Okay. Agenda item B, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
Deanda.
Here.
Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Here.
And Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda and will be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.org, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Good evening. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete en español. Si ocupan mi ayuda, voy a estar aquí sentada. Muchas gracias.
nhớ rằng cụ tôi tạo công học lộc phải mi tôi cụ tôi xài lục trong này mà nó cho nên là từ xã tàu lúc trong sĩ thả mà nó xài vô lục mong nó chỉ là chỉ cụ tôi phải nó của xài lục mong trong này ở trong đó.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as a public financing and economic development authority, parking authority, and/or a successor agency to the redevelopment agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the redevelopment agency receive no compensation. Agenda item C, ceremonial matters. C1, proclamation, Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, and the longest day.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. We could invite Mr. Mario Pena. Mario, if you have anyone else coming with you, come on down. If everybody could please give them a warm welcome. Good evening and welcome.
everybody. My name is Marty Pena. I am the director of the Alzheimer's Association for the Fresno regional area. And on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association of Northern California and Northern America chapter, I want to take this opportunity to thank the mayor and members of the city council for allowing us to accept the Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month proclamation and also acknowledging the Wellness Day. Alzheimer's disease impacts nearly 2.1 million Californians with over 700,000 residents over the age of 65. And with Alzheimer's disease and nearly 1.4 million caregivers providing unpaid care for this community. In this Merced County community alone, there were over 3,600 people living with dementia in 2019. This population is expected to grow over 8,100 people by the year 2040. Those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers need acknowledgement, support, and services to meet their needs over the lengthy progression of this disease. And I'm proud to say that this wonderful leadership has taken the time to acknowledge us today. For our friends and neighbors impacted by Alzheimer's and all other dementia, the Alzheimer's Association is here to help. You can call our toll-free 24/7 helpline at 800-272-3900 to connect with one of our master-level clinicians for confidential support in over 200 languages. Not to mention, we also offer many care and support, education programs, and other essential resources made available at no cost. And I also hope that you will also consider joining me at this year's Walk to End Alzheimer's for Merced County on Saturday, October 4th, here at Applegate Park in this wonderful city of Merced, where we will walk to raise awareness for funds for Alzheimer's care and support and research. And for more information about our upcoming walk, visit our website at alc.org/walk. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you, and I'll turn it over to our wonderful volunteer.
My name is Denise Lassett, and I'm a volunteer with the Alzheimer's Association. I work a lot with the Walk to End Alzheimer's, but I'm also a community educator, and whatever they asked me to do. And I'm grateful to do that. We talked about numbers. You notice if you listen carefully, the numbers are like 2 million people. In California itself, there's over close to 700,000, over 3,600 just in Merced County. That doesn't mean a thing unless you've been touched by Alzheimer's. I have been touched by Alzheimer's. I lost my cousin almost 7 years ago to disease. He was diagnosed at age 55. He lived 9 years. In the last few years, he wasn't fit. So we lose them twice. Once when they stop being who they are, and then again when they actually pass. And I just want to remind everybody that Alzheimer's and other dementias are not normal aging. You should not be thinking that, oh, when you get into your 80s and 90s, you start forgetting things. Oh, that's just normal aging. That's not normal aging. You should be, maybe not quite, but almost as sharp at 90 as we are at 20. So there's got to be some things done in our community and our society to help that happen for more of us, because more and more people are being affected by Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. And the caregivers, I was a caregiver for years, and it takes a toll on you. It's hard. The longest day is, in reference to Alzheimer's, is really that there is no end to the day. In fact, I was given a book as a caregiver called the 36-hour day, meaning your caregiving hours don't start at 8 and end at 5, or even 8 to 8. They are forever, and they take a toll on the caregiver, and most of us are unpaid. So thank you for acknowledging brain health awareness and Alzheimer's, and allowing us to appreciate it.
I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you for your continued incredible work in this field, and thank you for sharing all this support. Here's our proclamation. Mario, give me that list. It's a long one. So we're going to get through it. For the month of June 2025 has been declared Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month to help educate the public on this debilitating disease and the need to increase efforts to combat its human and economic costs. And whereas the summer solstice, June 20th, 2025, has been declared the longest day, the people people around the world coming together to honor the strength, passion, and endurance of people facing Alzheimer's disease with a day of activity and advocacy. Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disease, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to cognitive decline, resulting in functional, emotional, and behavioral impairment. And whereas California has 719,700 residents living with Alzheimer's, more than any other state of the nation. And whereas Merced County had 3,666 residents living with Alzheimer's disease in 2019. That number is expected to grow by 121% by 2040. And whereas research published by the California Department of Public Health in 2021 indicates that over the next 20 years, the impact of Alzheimer's disease and related dementia will increase dramatically. While the population of California will expand by 16%, the population of people living with Alzheimer's will expand by 127%. And whereas research on the expansion of people living with Alzheimer's shows communities of color will shoulder a disproportionate share of increase in prevalence of Alzheimer's. The number of Latinx or Hispanic Californians living with Alzheimer's will more than triple, while the number of Black Californians living with Alzheimer's will nearly triple by 2040. Additionally, the number of Asian American or Pacific Islanders living with Alzheimer's will more than double. And whereas California with dementia visit emergency departments nearly 1 million times per year and are readmitted to the hospital 1 out of 5 times after discharge. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is always fatal, and dementia is the second leading cause of death in California today. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is a family disease impacting 1,373,000 California spouses, partners, children, siblings, grandchildren, and other relatives who provide unpaid assistance to a loved one. And whereas California caregivers donate 1,864,000,000 hours of unpaid assistance to family members, valued at over $44,272,000,000 non-governmental financial support. And whereas California's 2015 Behavioral Risk Factors Surveillance System survey found that 27.1% of people with memory problems in California live alone. And whereas on average, a person with Alzheimer's disease lives 4 to 8 years after diagnosis, but they live as long as 20 years depending on other risk factors. And whereas age is the greatest risk factor for Alzheimer's, which has no known cure, cause, or prevention. And whereas individuals living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers need acknowledgement, support, and services to meet their needs for the lengthy progression of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And now therefore I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, hereby proclaim June 2025 as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, Tuesday, June 20th, 2025 as the longest day, and urge all Californians to commemorate the month of June 2025 as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. Thank you. Put it back here.
And Mayor, before we get to the next item, just so everyone's aware, we are having issues with the wireless mic at the moment. So it's not on, well, it's on, but it's not working. So we're trying to actively work on it, just so everyone's aware that we're having a mic issue. Okay. Agenda item C2, proclamation, Pride Month.
Our annual Pride Month proclamation. I see a number of folks here, Adam, Jesse, Catalina. Anyone else coming down for this one? Cole, Pastor A, you guys. Good. All right. Welcome. Being here. Yeah, once you get a chance to say a few words about Pride Month and why it's important.
So my name is Carolina Zambrano. My pronouns are she, her, ella. I'm the executive director of Shopify by Central. We're our local LGBTQ resource center here. I wrote a little something. So I know during these hard times, especially as a queer person, it's easy to feel scared, angry, and honestly betrayed. So many people we once considered allies have turned their backs on us, not because we did anything wrong, but because standing with us no longer fits their image or serves their status quo. There's so much misinformation out there, especially about trans folks, that's trying to live as life as normal as possible. Instead, their existence gets twisted and sometimes pulled toward talking points. Every day, there's some new lies spreading, even the ridiculous one about kids identifying as cats and this kitty litter. It's exhausting, it's not true. And yet, through all of this, I look around at our community here in Merced, and I feel a little bit of hope. Our city, our local leaders, they continue to show up, they continue to raise the flag, they continue to say, you belong here. And that means something. In a world that's trying so hard to erase us, it means everything to know that we still have spaces where we're seen, where we're safe, and where our voices matter. We still have a long road ahead, but having each other and having a city that refuses to back down makes all the difference.
Hi, my name's Adam Castro. For those of you who don't know me, I'm one of the directors at Central Valley Pride Center, and our primary focus is on our youth. We work a lot closely with the schools. We're going to continue doing that. We're going to continue our support groups and doing the things that matter within our community, regardless of the noise outside. So what I ask, what we do, is extend the olive branch. Every single one of you knows somebody who's an LGBTQ person. And like I've said before, if you can raise your hand confidently that you do not know somebody, it's not because you don't, they just didn't feel safe enough to tell you. So I ask that before we judge, let's just extend the olive branch, get to know each other. There's a lot more that we have in common than we do. And I want to thank our city council, everybody, our community for your continued support. It means a lot during these times, even if it's that little bit of quiet support. And so thank you very much for the continued support.
And I'm Reverend A.M. Unagars of United Methodist Church of Merced, and all I want to say is that ally matters. Being able to stand up for those people that we love and for persons who need our support makes a difference. It literally saves lives. So if you can be an ally, by all means, feel free, show up, stand up, just know that you matter.
One last thing, also our Pride Flag celebration raising will be on Wednesday, right in front of the County Courthouse Museum. We're super excited. We do have, this is a part of Central Valley Pride, of course, I am Cal Pride Vice, but we've got two more, which is Merced LGBTQ Alliance, as well as Merced LGBTQ. We have 4 amazing Pride organizations who are working desperately to continue to make safe spaces for our community, and also continue, like Adam said, work with our allies, create new allies, have that patience to work with individuals who just don't know, right? Who have that fear of, why are pronouns so important? I don't understand why they look like that. Why do they have blue hair? Because they're just different people. They're living different experiences, right? And we're just trying to all live comfortably as possible. And this is thank you.
Proclamation. Whereas Cal Pride Valle Central, formerly known as Somos Familia Valle Central, was created in 2022 because of the need for a Latinx LGBTQ plus focused space in the Central Valley. And whereas Cal Pride Valle Central is dedicated to the empowerment of the LGBTQ plus community through intersectional advocacy, transparent education, and trauma-informed care. And whereas our focus is on peer support groups for queer youth, adults, and seniors that are held throughout the month, trained mentorship, assisting with gender-affirming care by navigating them to more resources throughout said county, STI HIV prevention, education, and providing rapid HIV, HCV, syphilis testing every third Thursday of the month, harm reduction, education, and resources, and training education. And whereas we're proud to host trainings for Merced County Behavioral Health and Recovery Service Staff, probation, and juvenile justice and law enforcement to better understand, support, and have safe interactions with queer, especially trans individuals, as well as having contracts with public health for sexual health outreach and services for unhoused individuals. And whereas we believe that creating safe and affirming spaces for the queer community starts from the inside, as well as strengthening support around compassion and understanding cisgender heterosexual allies around the city county. And therefore I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, hereby proclaim June 2025 as Pride Month in the City of Merced.
Okay, agenda item D, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received emails from Jean Okui and Alicia Rivera regarding agenda item G1, and an email from Alicia Rivera regarding agenda item H2. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item E, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further time to the limit available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 6 requests to speak forms.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. 3 minutes each.
Okay, if I can get the first 3 speakers to the podium to my left: Eddie Rodriguez, Kim Gardner, and Eric Serrato.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eddie Rodriguez. I'm a member of the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission. The last 2 years, the city has generously provided funding in the city budget for the arts.
Eddie, if I could stop right here. Well,
Yeah.
The time hasn't even started yet, so this is
Okay.
all bonus time. If it's budget, specific budgets agendized later, so anything budget-related has to be said during budget, which is, I believe it's our G, our public hearing. So actually, it'll come up relatively quickly once we get through consent.
Sure.
However, if you want to speak about general support for the arts, that's acceptable here, but anything budget-related has to be said because it's agendized tonight.
Sure.
As you know.
Would it be possible would I have to submit another form?
No, we can just move it.
Okay, all right,
It's
thank you. I'll
actually
come,
coming up relatively quick, so.
okay, I'll come back for that.
Cool, thank you, Ed. All right, next speaker. Hello, Kim.
Hello. Is my time started? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Serrato, City Council, City staff. My name is Kim Garner, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm the director of the Central Valley Opportunity Fund. I'm here tonight to quickly talk to you about the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan, something that's much beloved to the Central Valley Opportunity Fund and has gotten off to an amazing start. So I'm here to get you excited about the Parks Plan. So just this last month with city staff, so Chris Jensen and his wonderful Parks staff and 110% the consultants that you hired, we kicked off a really amazing array of stakeholder meetings. So we got a hold of a bunch of wisdom holders, got them trained. Chris took them out on this terrific tour of city parks, and so we got the down low for all of that. And then they convened their own focus groups. And so I'll just read really quickly who was involved. So Summit, this is just a few of them. Summit Church, Merced Seniors Inc., Center for Vision Enhancement, the Youth Leadership Institute, the Young Professionals Network, Sunrise Rotary, NAACP, the Merced Soccer or Youth Soccer Association, and Lifeline CDC. So they all held their own focus groups. And I was lucky enough to take notes for some of these. And you cannot believe the enthusiasm people had for the parks. So, they had the general, complaints that we all hear, right? But they were so engaged and so ready to be part of a process to make the parks better. So that was one thing I wanted to impart to you. The other thing is I hope everybody in this room took the park survey that the consultants put forward, because that's going to really help us long-term decide what the greater use for the parks will be. But if nothing else tonight, know that we're on track with this, that the city staff are doing a terrific job, and that we are asking our community partners not to put any asks in front of the city council until that parks plan is done and we are looking at an implementation phase. So that is my wish for all of you and my message. So good night.
All right, thank you, Kim. All right, Mr. Serrato.
Good evening. Buenas tardes, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Eric Serrato, and unfortunately, I am not the mayor's Mexican cousin. but I am president of the Merced Downtown Neighborhood Association, and I am here with a couple of our members, really just to say thank you. We are so grateful for the investments that we see happening in downtown and all of the new activity. We come with a lot of gratitude for having a mayor that is boundless in his energy and defense of our city. Of a councilman, Councilman Harris, who really knows our neighborhoods and really advocates for them, and in Councilwoman Boyle, who also is a champion for our part of town. We know that the city has been doing a lot of strategic thinking, and we wanted to let you know that we have 3 things that are particularly important to us and are top of our agenda, and that is beautification of the 5 historic downtown neighborhoods, advancement of the quiet zone that is really a major part of our advocacy, and just creating more connection neighbor to neighbor. We just feel like people need to get to know one another, know people on their street, know people on their block, understand the beauty in their own neighborhood and in the neighbors themselves, and really come together and make Merced even better than it is. So we just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing, and we look forward to partnering.
Thanks, sir. Really appreciate it.
Okay, if I can get the next 3 speakers, Brian Aredchica, Curtis Thomas, and Nathan Alonso.
All right. I think that's you. All right, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Members of the City Council and the Mayor. My name is Brian Arechiga. I live here in Merced. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, the World Wildlife Fund, and Earth Justice. Earth Justice is a organization of lawyers that file lawsuits to protect our water, air, and wilderness areas. They file lawsuits to stop illegal logging, oil drilling, and protect our endangered species. By the city's inaction to control an invasive species, the cats, I believe we are in violation of the Endangered Species Act. Many endangered birds and waterfowl species travel through our area. This cat overpopulation problem calls for action and leadership. I would like to see the city at least adopt a trap, neuter, and release program paid for by cat licensing. I do not want to ask Earth Justice to get involved and file a lawsuit against the city, because I do believe we are in violation of the Endangered Species Act, just so you're aware. Please address this problem right away so we don't have to take this any further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Thomas, good evening.
Good evening. Before we get started, it's kind of related to the budget, but I have no specific budgetary recommendations. Should I just come up later, or is this okay?
Probably best if the word budget's gonna come up, probably want to come back later.
Okie doke.
If, okay, so it won't be too long, too. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Alonso.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato. Good evening, Mayor Serrato, council members, Scott, Frank, and team here in Merced. Nathan Alonso, your local government affairs representative of Pacific Gas and Electric, coming by to share some welcome news. We filed our general rate case for years 2027 through 2030 for the first time in 15 years. We are not asking for an increase in any of our any parts of our general rate case. Wanted to come and share that news, and then also that our price per kilowatt hour on the electric side is lower today than it was a year ago, and then we also expect it to go down in around the single digits from now through the end of the year. So we're taking steps to bring the price of residential power down and we'll continue on that trend over the course of the next several years. My request here today was to just be able to come back before the council later on this year to present a little bit more in depth and talk about the work that we're doing in Merced. But that is pretty much my update now, and wishing all of you the very best as you go into budget season.
Thank you for the update, and we'll, Scott or myself, or so we'll reach out to coordinate that presentation. All right, Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have for public comment. Okay, agenda item F, consent calendar.
All right, the consent calendar. We have 14 items. Councilmember Smith, you had conflicts on 13 and 14, is that correct?
That's right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else have any items on this agenda they'd like to see pulled for separate consideration?
I would like to pull 7 and 10.
7 are the charter officer contracts. 10, the 10 police patrol cars. All right, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, on 7, I'm going to be stepping out, not for general code conflict, but on potential state bar issue. So city manager is free to remain, but I'll step out.
All right. Any additional items to pull? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, any requests from the public to have any of the consent agenda items pulled?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, we're going to pull 7, 10, 13, and 14. Discussion or motion with respect to the balance?
Motion. Second.
Ooh, that was quick. I think Boyle, Harris.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda? Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. All right, to F7, these are the city manager, city attorney, and finance officer contracts. Councilmember Zhang, your request to have this item pulled. Just give City Attorney Cornwell a chance to step out, and then we'll begin discussion.
Yeah, I was just seeking a separate consideration here. First off, I want to say I really do appreciate city staff, the work that they've done, and the effort that they put to minimize costs to the city. And I had a lengthy conversation with some community members, and some things that they question is the salary increase for some of the highest paid folks in the city of Merced. And the proposed dollar amounts from I think ranges from $213,000 to $260,000. That's roughly, what, 3.5 to 4 times greater than the median medium household income in the city of Merced. And so I try to center community members in their concerns, and this is just one of the items that they're just not in favor of. And so again, I do appreciate staff minimizing the cost to the city by getting rid of travel allowances, but it's something I can't support up here.
Additional comments? Okay. Just a couple brief points too. We've gone back and forth with city attorney since before I was on the council. I mean, it was an issue probably 10 years plus, and us bringing the salary to where it's at to attract someone of Craig's caliber has in fact saved the city money, because we don't have to contract items out as much as we did. So in effect, by paying a little more for a premium employee, we've been able to save the city money. I think that's pretty clear. And in addition to that, these are very, very important jobs and they set a tone throughout the city. And if we don't have the quality people that we have, then it's going to end up costing the city a lot more money. So, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I mean, I think it's an important question that Councilmember Zhang is raising. I'll say two things. I understand that this is more about bringing top charter officer staff's salary, the composition of their compensation in line with other top-level staff members. And then two, I say this kind of as a joke and kind of not, when the employees of the council have a salary at that level, we're entitled to have unreasonable expectations and demands. And we do. So I think whatever the salary is, I think they're earning it.
Yeah. And it could, I mean, in Councilmember Zhang, I think in general too, executive composition can get way out of line. I mean, there's that famous example from the city of Bell a long time ago, but those salaries were probably triple what we're paying here. So certainly in general, I think that's a concern, but I don't see it in this instance. My thoughts. All right. Additional thoughts, comments?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending the salary range for the city attorney, and the adoption of Resolution 2025-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending the salary range for the city manager, and the adoption of Resolution 2025-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending the salary range for the finance officer. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
F10, Councilmember Zhang, that was your request to have that item pulled as well.
Yes, this is just for separate consideration. I know where I voted last time, but this is coming back.
Okay. Questions or additional comments or a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
DuPont and Boyle.
I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
All right, F13, Jennifer. This is, we could take probably F13 and 14 together. Councilmember Smith has conflicts on these two. These are River Oaks Phase 5 and Phase 6 subdivision, 32 lots at Coffee and Childs and 20 lots at Coffee and Campus Parkway, the final maps for both. I assume just take them both together unless anybody has another idea. Any discussion or is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion. Or second.
DuPont and Harris.
I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final subdivision map for the Crossing at River Oaks Phase 5 subdivision number 5427, and the adoption of Resolution 2025-34, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final subdivision map for the Crossing at River Oaks Phase 6 subdivision number 5428. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Smith recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to our public hearing.
Okay, agenda item G, public hearings. G1, public hearing to allow the interested public an opportunity to provide input on the content of the City Council Public Financing and Economic Development Authority Parking Authority and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Merced fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. And after hearing all comments, continue the public hearing to June 16, 2025.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first budget public hearing. At our last council meeting, we had our budget report, which is also, there was an opportunity for the public to provide input and to get briefed along with us on the budget. At the last hearing, I think there was a 38 slide, if I'm not mistaken, presentation at the last hearing. Now we have two public hearings, this hearing and then our June 16th budget hearing, which is when we adopt the final budget for the 2025-26 fiscal year. So we'll turn it over to our finance officer, Ms. Venus Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As mentioned, tonight is the second meeting that will discuss the budget for fiscal year 25-26. So this presentation is very similar to last time, but we keep it very focused on the actual year's budget. I took out some of the statistical slides, and then we'll just focus on the actual budget for next year. So we'll go over a little bit of city budget overview, specifics on the general fund, Measure C, Measure Y. We'll highlight some information on other departments, and then we'll go over some requests that were wanted by the council to help guide the direction, and then we'll kind of give it over to you and so that you can have discussion and provide direction for final changes on the errata and bringing that back to council for adoption on the next meeting. So some of the items that are included in the budget for next year are, of course, labor negotiated increases of 4% for all labor groups. Those agreements were adopted this fiscal year, and so those are included. Maintenance, supplies, and services, although we allowed initially a 2% increase, once we got to final city manager recommended budget, we actually ended up with either less than 0% increase or up to a 2% increase for certain departments, especially in the general fund where we're having some challenges in balancing the budget. Maintenance and one-time acquisitions are included in the general fund, Measure Y, Measure C, and CFD. Parks and Community Services continues to have ongoing challenges in balancing their budget, especially due to reduction in cannabis tax. PC and fleet replacement is not included in the general fund. It is included in other funds and some special revenue funds if the funding is available to do that. And we did not include any funding allocation for community funding or arts funding. Citywide budget for next fiscal year is $438.5 million as proposed. The general fund is $68.4 million. The enterprise funds are $198.4 million. Internal service funds totaling $53.5. Your measure funds, which are Measure C, Measure Y, Measure V is $20.8 million, and other operating funds of the city are $97.4 million. As proposed, the general fund balance has budgeted revenues estimating at $67.1 million, operating expenditures at $67.5 million, and so there you see where we have a deficit, a shortfall of about $430,000 for the proposed year. Some of the what we call below the line or non-operating costs that are being proposed are totaling $442,000. We have future planning funding, which is all the council financial policies at about $5.2 million. Prior projects that are carrying over for completion are $476,000. So the recommended ending balance is 5.1. Of that, 3.3, which is 5% operating funds, is to remain as a contingency reserve based on the general fund reserve policy. So that leaves available funding of about $1.7 million. So historically, the general fund has transferred funding to other funds in order to supplement. That has been Parks and Recreation, Development Services, and the airport. As you can see, for next fiscal year, we had to supplement the airport some funding, about $370,000. In the past 5 to 6 years, they were able to receive an FAA grant, which has expired, and so we are having to add additional supplement for them for next year. Development Services, due to their building activity, they were able to build some reserve and also not needing general fund supplement over the last few years. But Parks and Recreation had continued to receive supplement from the general fund and continues to do so into next fiscal year at a little over $1.6 million. Some of the specifics on the non-operating costs in the general fund are allocating funding for the enterprise resource planning system. This has been a multi-year project, and so between next year and maybe one more year after that, we're hoping to finalize that project and not need any more funding. But for next year, we've allocated a little over $147,000. We did allocate funding of $100,000 for the city clerk's office as a security project. Community Park 42 is scheduled to come online next fiscal year, and because we've not finalized the terms of the JPA, we did allocate about $130,000 as one-time funding until we kind of figure out what part of the operating costs each entity would help with. And then there's a couple of replacement projects for the Civic Center skylight and the exhaust, totaling $65,000. So this is due to deferred maintenance. And then down below, we have the financial policies, all the set-aside fundings based on the council adopted policies. So $675,000 would go into the Economic Development Opportunity Fund. A little over $1 million would go into the Affordable Housing Fund. $1.6 million into the Trust 115 for pension. And then based on that, the proposed operating expenses in the general fund, 30% of that is to be set aside in a separate fund. So we would need almost an additional $1.9 million to meet that requirement. Here's a little bit of detail on the Measure C funds. We have the old Measure C, which still has some funding. And then we have the two new funds for Measure C. So 95% would go towards public safety, 5% goes to roads. We're estimating a little over $9.1 million in sales and use tax for next year. We have a little bit of other revenue, which is interest, some grants. So we have $9.4 million in budgeted revenue proposed. We have some transfers, operating expenses, and acquisitions, and some capital improvements that really are carryover projects that were already budgeted from a prior year, and they're just carrying over and finalizing in a future year. So total budgeted expenses are 11.3, so our balance is 3.7 million. This does meet your GFOA recommended minimum. Based on that minimum requirement, that would be about $1.7 million. And so between the old Measure C and the public safety, we would want to make sure that at least those two funds meet that requirement. So as I mentioned in Measure Y, cannabis we continue to see declines in the cannabis tax revenue. We are estimating to start the year at about $657,000. We're estimating a little over $1.6 million. We had budgeted 1.8 this year, and we will likely not see that. We'll probably see more in the 1.6 million range. So that's what we're estimating for next year. Then we have some transfers in and transfers out that would go towards parks and community services or towards parks maintenance. So a total of expenses of 1.4 million, which leaves our balance at about 200,000. So this, of course, Measure Y is required to go 20% towards police, 20% towards fire, 20% towards parks and recreation. There's 40% in the discretionary, which is, again, only able to be used in those three different areas. So as I mentioned, Parks and Community Services is continuing to have challenges in operating in balancing their operating budget. But for next year, we are proposing of course, the 20% allocation of the Measure Y, and then the half of the 40% of the discretionary funding towards their operating budget. The general fund is transferring a little over 1.6 million, and it's only about a 1.4% increase, so an additional 22,000 from the current year. Some of the new items in that budget are the new CP42 maintenance. So they are estimating $83,000 in costs. So this includes some extra help, utilities, and some maintenance supplies and services in order to get that park up and going. Some of the program impacts that they proposed in order to help the challenge that they're having is reducing the Boys and Girls Club lease by $25,000, and other community center leases, they're proposing to reduce that total of $5,000 between all the organizations. They are deleting a full-time zookeeper. They're eliminating the summer camp program, the stick to fitness sports clinics, and the block party trailers for community reservations. Another way that they're trying to balance their budget is by applying for contributions for youth sports from the Merced City School District. They've already been guaranteed about $20 million, and they're continuing to apply for and hopefully receive an additional $60,000. Also part of Community Park 42, we're adding $200,000 from PFFP funding, so the impact fees that would cover the fence and some water infrastructure. And another proposal is to move the Parks and Community Service Administration to the Senior Center. This would be an investment of about $114,000. 24.6% of that, based on what can be contributed by PFFP, would be $28,000. And then the other $86,000 is being proposed to be used from savings from current year operating budget. One of the council members' requests from the last meeting was wanting to see the revenue and expense costs of the senior center and McCombs. So I believe that was also in the packet that with the administrative report, but we did also include a little bit here. So in the senior center, your rental revenue is about $73,000, but expenses are $163,000. So we are short $90,000. And then in the McCombs, we make about $30,000. Expenses are about $41,000, and so here we're seeing about a $10,000 deficit. So these are actuals from fiscal year 23-24. What also came up in the last meeting, and we just wanted to provide a little bit of information, was I believe a fitness quote was handed out by the Youth Leadership Institute, and so there was some potentially wanting to discuss it. So the quote that we received was a lot of equipment. It equaled about $200,000, but what was not included in that quote was that there would still need to be installation costs and some field prep costs. And then there was a lot of equipment on that quote, and some of that equipment, based on Public Works assessment, there are some equipment that was on that quote that we would not want to put in the parks because it would be hard to maintain. So there would have to be more analysis of that too. But we also are working on the PROS plan, and so part of that plan is to identify community needs, and to hopefully provide a strategic approach in doing that, and to incorporate. So if this was an item that is one of those requests, we would want to incorporate this request as part of that plan in a strategic way over several parks and maybe not just one park. So moving over to the police department. In the general fund, we are proposing to delete a lead dispatcher, deleting a parking enforcement officer, and adding a CSO, unfunding an additional police officer. So last year we had frozen 3 police officers, so we would be proposing to freeze an additional officer. So this would leave 109.3 positions within the general fund. 67.3 of them are sworn and 42 are non-sworn. In Measure C, there's a total of 17.49 positions, and again, 1 non-sworn and 16.49 sworn. Another way that we were helping the general fund to balance the budget is by moving some police operating costs into Measure C. So we moved $76,000 of police operating costs. Over in CFD, we continue to propose 10.21 sworn officer positions, so that did not change. And what we were able to do in the CFD is include the purchase of 8 replacement vehicles for $500,000. In Measure Y, again, moving some funding over from general fund for operating costs, we moved in $124,000. And in Measure Y, they're continuing to propose to use funding for the Reserve Officer Program to fund a temporary dispatcher and a temporary sergeant, and continuing to budget for unanticipated fleet repairs of $76,000. So over in the fire area, fire department, the budget, we did propose to unfund one firefighter. The SAFER grant continues to include 24 positions with offsetting revenue. We had discussed about potentially looking into a FEMA waiver. We were able to get some response from FEMA on what that meant, because part of that is a potential of public safety hiring freeze. And after hearing kind of the details on what we would have to do or what a freeze meant to FEMA versus what it means for us, it does not seem like it's a good idea for us to freeze the position. So probably one of the recommendations tonight is to at least unfreeze the firefighter position. So total non-SAFER funded positions are 52.18 in the general fund, 47.18 are sworn and 5 non-sworn. In Measure C, there's a total of 10.3 sworn positions. That would not change. There is the proposing to fund a Type 6 engine. 50% of that would come from Measure C, and 50% of that would come from Measure Y, for a total of $400,000. And again, moving operating costs out of the general fund and into Measure C of $75,000. The CFD is proposed to continue with 5.452 sworn positions. Measure Y, again, moving operating budget out of general fund into Measure Y of $50,000, and then also adding the purchase of thermal imaging cameras and some self-contained breathing apparatus bottles. So in the administration area, we are unfunding 2 half peer support specialists. So this has to do with the CalVIP grant. And so that grant is going to be expiring in December. And so we're deleting 2 of the peer support specialists. So it's only 6 months of 2 positions, and then deleting 1 because we have a vacancy and we would not want to fill that, knowing that that grant is going to expire. And then the other position that we're deleting is really because we moved it over to Parks and Recreation and is a recreation coordinator in that department and will be funded by the grant through December. Again, we mentioned the city clerk safety improvements of $100,000. In finance, we are proposing to add an assistant buyer. This is a position that would help all departments citywide. Again, it's a admin cost recovery position, so we would recover 80% of that position. We currently have extra help in the budget for 2 temporary positions, so we would eliminate that. So then that really would be just a net increase to the general fund of $6,000. In the HR department, we're deleting a HR technician that has been vacant for several years. So this actually is a general fund impacted position. It would have some savings to the general fund by doing that. In information technology, we're deleting the GIS coordinator and adding an IT manager. So this is a net increase of about $9,000. We're deleting a GIS technician and adding a systems technician for no cost difference. So this allows more flexibility in the positions. Right now, they're very GIS specific, and so in order for them to be able to help in a bigger capacity in that department, we would like to make these changes. We're also proposing the data center floor replacement in IT for $135,000. Again, Microsoft software licenses continue to increase significantly every year. We're seeing about a 15% increase for next year. The ERP allocation for next year is a total of $272, and we already talked about the general fund allocation of $147. Another item that we were able to add additional RDA residual revenue of about $1 million in the general fund. So we had already been including a little under $500,000 in residual. Now that we are paying off the DOF settlements, we are able to add some more RDA residual as funding in the general fund. And again, we spoke about not allocating any community funding or arch project within this budget. So a couple of the other areas that we're having some challenges and we'll see that more apparently in future years are in the development services area. So first, we are removing a deputy development services director for a planning manager, so that is a savings. Also, we're seeing the development services department use fund balance at about 1.3 million a year, so their expenditures are over revenue by that much. The proposed budget estimates their balance to be at about 800,000 by the end of the next year. So in a future years, they won't have enough money to absorb the 1.3 million per year. So it's either we have to raise revenues, we have to general fund supplement, or we have to reduce expenditures, or maybe a little bit of all three. But they are working on a fee study currently. It's in progress to try to increase fees, and because they've not been increased for several years. In the housing division, under housing administration, although next year's budget does balance revenue to expense, the current year's budget is looking like they're going to be short at the end of the year. Of course, we can't end a year with negative money, so we're proposing to use affordable housing funding. But in order to be able to do that, we will be coming with a request to revise the affordable housing policy in order to use it for that purpose. And again, some of the items that we're hearing from the federal government is that they're proposing to cut the HUD allocations. So if that is what happens moving forward, that could be anywhere from 1 to 2.6 million in CDBG funding and 500 to 2.8 million in home funding. So the downtown and economic development and airport areas. First, we'll talk about PBID, Property-Based Improvement District, which started last year. So they are able to increase the assessment a max of 5%. The request we received from PBID is to increase 2%. So that is what is included in the budget, is a 2% increase to assessments. TBID is also started to collect funding. We're just trying to finalize the agreements with the board so that can continue, so we can start sending over the money and they can start using that for marketing and those kinds of things for TBID. We did include funding for the small business grant, so we'll continue to fund that in the Economic Development Opportunity Fund. And in the airport, as I mentioned, they are currently have a deficit. And so we had to provide general fund supplement to them of $367,000. We did include additional landing fees. The airport manager's working on an agreement that would increase those landing fees. So we did include that estimate for next year's budget. And then he's continuing to look for opportunities to increase revenue in the airport. So one of the requests from the last meeting was wanting to know what the city pays for PBID assessments. And again, there was a more detailed report that was provided with the packet. But just here, I just summarized. So Parking Authority pays a little over $34,000 into PBID. The Water Operations Funds pays $312. Because they have a water well that's within the downtown area. And then the general fund pays $31,947, and this includes the 2% public benefit assessment. So total citywide, we pay almost $67,000 into the PBID. So in the public works area for staffing, we are proposing to delete a park worker. And again, this is to help to balance the general fund because parks maintenance is part of the general fund. We are adding 2 maintenance workers in the streets and the refuse departments. We're deleting a sewer storm drain worker and adding a lead sewer storm drain worker, deleting an instrumentation control electrician tech, and adding a lead wastewater treatment maintenance personnel. We're adding 1 lead instrument control electrician technician in the water department and another water distribution quality assurance tech. We're also adding a tree trimmer and 1 custodian in the facilities division. And continuing with the deferred maintenance theme, some of the proposed items in the budget are building repairs to the admin and corp yards at Public Works for $166,000, $80,000 for fleet building improvements, and again, the skylight and the exhaust in the Civic Center. One of the bigger purchases in Public Works is in Measure C, and it's to purchase a road grinder for $300,000. And then some of the vehicle acquisitions in Public Works is due to increasing staffing and the growth of the city. So they're proposing to purchase a truck in the Streets Division, a van in the Facilities Division, 3 trucks in the Water Department, and 1 rear loader for organics in the Refuse Department. So the 50% of the measure-wide discretionary funding will continue to go towards parks maintenance. And proposed for next year is $100,000 for tree trimming, $60,000 for the continued bike path maintenance. Some of the park improvements are $50,000 just to general park maintenance, $6,000 towards the zoo roof repair, $25,000 for Joe Herb restrooms in the upper area of Joe Herb, and then $69,000 for other restrooms citywide for partitions, security latches, and handle replacements. So as far as capital projects, we didn't have a whole lot going towards new projects. We had adding funding towards projects that had started last year. So that's the school flashing beacons, the Polera push buttons at the schools, and the Controllers 2070 replacements. The one new, or the couple new projects are the downtown concrete light poles of $40,000, and then in engineering, proposing to use $1.2 million towards the McKee Road rehab in collaboration with the county. So this is roads project funding. There was some discussion in the last meeting about funding that was in projects to be determined. So we put it on a slide here of what the funding sources are and what is put in projects to be determined. Again, we were holding that out. So as we got closer to, we have a lot of projects on the books. They're not all funded with everything that they need in order to complete a project. So we were holding funding out in order to be able to fund a project for completion. There's also a list of projects in your packet, and we have some with us too. So if there's a discussion that the council wants to have about assigning some of this money towards a priority project, that can be discussed too. It can also go through the subcommittee and then come back to council. So it's really how council wants to determine how to use the funding. I will say that engineer would like to keep about 20% for contingencies of this money. So that really puts it at about $5 million that you can propose for a priority project. And then just based on council discussions in the last meeting, I just put some information together that would help to guide your discussion tonight and give some direction for final adoption of budget. One of the items, of course, being community funding. I know you asked for maybe an amount, but what I try to do here is just tell you historically it could have been, it was anywhere from 28 to 50,000. This would not impact your deficit. This is considered non-operating, but it will reduce the amount projected to be available at the end of the year. And that's similar to arts. So arts, historically, we'd funded 100,000 in a year. I did just want to mention that during mid-year, we had brought back an item, maybe it was a mid-year, but in this fiscal year, we brought back an item because we did not use the 100,000 that was allocated, and we reappropriated that money. And from that funding, $92,000 is going to be carrying over until next year. And of that $92,000, 64.5 is allocated to projects and 27.5 is unallocated to projects. So I just wanted you to be aware of that for your discussion if you wanted to add more funding for arts. And again, it does not impact the deficit, again, only reducing the amount that's available at the end of the year. Some other discussions was the potential of putting back some of the frozen positions. So I just wanted to put out what those costs would be. The cost of one officer would be a little over $155,000. If you put in all 4 officers, you're at $623,000. If you wanted to put back the dispatcher, $106,000, and this would increase your deficit. A fire position to put that back would be $143,000. Again, also increasing the deficit. And then you would just need to provide direction on how you would want to handle the deficit, either currently as it is or if we add back positions. So you would either want to leave it the way it is out of balance, or we can add Trust 115 as a revenue source to help the balance, or you can identify other expense reductions to offset those costs, or you can propose something else if there's something else that you had in mind. So that's the presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions or guide the discussion in any way.
Okay. Thank you, Venus. Council questions before we open the public hearing. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Venus. I know this has been your life for at least over 6 months.
Longer than that.
Longer, for sure. You're the face of the budget and finance, but I know you've got a hardworking staff behind you, and I want to give them our thanks for all the work they put into this. Could you go back to the public safety, the police?
Like just the police
The ones that are going to
slide?
be frozen, or unfunded?
Here?
Yes, thank you. I know that in any budget, we have lean years and we have fat years, and this is a lean year.
Definitely a lean.
And we also have reserves, we have the trust, and we have methods of dealing with lean years without cutting our services to the point where they endanger the public. I know the word, and I know that Councilmember DuPont spoke on this at the last council meeting about keeping public safety healthy, keeping it strong. That's the word I get from my constituents also, is that we know that the work of the PD this year has decreased major crimes, and we don't want to change direction like that. So I want to advocate for not deleting these positions, with the proviso that I wouldn't presume to usurp the chief's judgment. And if you think that these positions are okay to keep vacant, we'd like to know. But if it's better that they are funded, then I would support that and go ahead and use our reserves money to keep the funding for those positions. I would also like to see the arts funded more. That's all I have right now.
Okay. Additional, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. You've done a fantastic job. Your team has done a fantastic job, even pulling it together to this point. I want to talk about a few different things. Since my colleague, Mr. Harris, was talking about Measure C and public safety, we'll start there. So you are the expert, and I've said 1,000 times up here that math is hard. But just in the data you present, I see combination of monies that are currently being held back, if you combine the old and the new Measure C fund, at roughly about 3.2 million. Is that right?
3.7, yes.
3.7. See, math is hard. And you told us that the GFOA recommended carryover is 1.7 million?
That's correct.
Okay, so for everybody in the room, what does GFOA stand for?
Government Finance Officers Association.
Okay. So again, this is just me doing math on a yellow pad. The association suggests that we keep 1.7 million in those funds, assuming it breaks down evenly between the two of them. So the proposal is to withhold $2 million in Measure C money for future years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you and I had a chance to talk about this. I think there is a rational reason for doing that, right? So the council has approved increases for all of our bargaining units, including police and fire, and those increases are going to continue to go up. So it is a rational approach to say you want to hold money back just in case the economy continues to go in the wrong direction. But since I'll leave the discussion for my colleagues, but is it true for me to believe that council could give the direction to put police and fire salaries more into Measure C than what you're currently proposing? Like, could
Yes,
we-
that's correct. You could
Okay.
do that. Mhm.
Okay. And am I right in assuming that it's up to about 2 million that we could reprogram and put more salaries into Measure C?
It would be probably more about 1.5.
1.5?
Yes.
And if council was to decide to put more police and fire salaries in Measure C, what's that impact on the CalPERS contribution?
The impact, well, it would just increase. Well, if we're putting positions back in, that means those costs come back in. So then there's cost to CalPERS for those positions.
And the CalPERS increase would be paid by Measure C? If we
Yes.
put those positions in? Okay, perfect. Just want to understand the ground rules. If we could talk about Trust 115?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Trust 115 is sort of like a savings account, surplus monies that the city saves by prepaying CalPERS, and then we ultimately pay less because we prepaid instead of paying overtime,
Actually, we
right?
don't pay that money to CalPERS. We hold it and we invest that on our own, and then we have control and we can use it for ourselves if we need to. If we were to pay that money to CalPERS, it's gone. You can't use it for anything. You can't take it back. But the Trust 115 that's basically our investment. And then if we want to use it to fund something or add it to revenue here, we can take it out of investment and do that with it.
What would be the impact if council decided for some amount, let's say some material amount, to dip into Trust 115 funds? What's the impact?
The impact is you just have less set aside, right? And if you continue to use it in that way, at some point that runs out.
Right.
And then you don't have anything to leverage anymore, right? So that would be the ultimate impact.
So we would potentially lose the investment income. Does it have any impact on our ability to meet pension obligations?
It could, and it would probably more than anything if we were to be rated for credit or anything like that, because we have such a high unfunded liability with pension. That's probably where you would see impacts more than anything.
Okay. So it's kind of a rainy day fund if we all agreed it's raining, but be careful with that one?
Right.
Okay. Can we talk about the water system fund?
Yes.
I think I saw Fund 6001. Now, you and I talked about this, but I want to raise this for everybody. So your office is projecting that we're going to spend more in the coming budget year than we're going to take in revenue for water. Is that right?
Correct.
And we're out of balance there by about 1.2 million.
I think that's what the slide, I have it here if you want to see an old, I don't have it in this presentation, but I do have the slides in case there was questions or anybody wanted to bring anything up on the slides from last meeting. So I do have everything that I took out. I think it's this slide here, right?
Okay.
Yes, so we're proposing 17 million in expenses and 16.1 in revenue, so a little less than $1 million.
So I know there's an ongoing rate study.
We're currently working on a rate study for all three of the areas, wastewater, water, and refuse.
So it's a little bit of a softball, but you look at this, you get concerned. You see that we're adding a net of 3 positions into underwater, but it's actually running at 1.2 in the red. What's the justification for that?
So I think what you don't see here, as far as actually adding the positions, somebody from Public Works should probably best tell you what those are needed for. But what you don't see in this slide is the fund balance. So all of these funds have healthy and large fund balances. And so when we go into rate studies and we're looking at potential increases, they're taking those balances into account. So they're estimating what are your revenues going to be, what are your expenditures going to be based on the personnel that's approved. So if this gets approved, it'll be part of that. And then can that fund balance absorb over the next 5 to 10 years? And then that helps to lower your rates that you put out there, right? So this shows that between operating and revenue in the 1 year, it's not meeting, but what it's not showing is that there are very healthy reserves. For water, water and sewer, we like to keep at least 6 months of reserve. We probably have a 2 to 3 year reserve balance in the fund.
So I saw a double-digit reserve, and that's how we can absorb the cost. I'm not concerned now. My concern would be, look, Merced is growing.
Yes.
Everybody who has a car knows what we're doing with water systems underground. So it makes sense to me that we need this help now. But what I don't want as a council member is the rate study comes back and says we have to consider a double-digit increase because we put all these people into a fund that's losing money currently. So that'll just be my caution, is to keep an eye on that. I think a modest rate increase might be fair, but we can't pay for all of this increase through our constituents. Last area I'll touch on, I know I've been talking quite a bit. What does it cost to keep a permanent zookeeper?
I think I have that. It's $86,000.
All right.
Rounded, but
Oh, perfect. All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Smith. Any additional questions before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez, for another great presentation. I do have just one question. If you could go back to Measure C fund summary. So we have about 412 in acquisitions that we're doing in fund summary or in Fund 2030, which is what I will call the new Measure C.
Mm-hmm.
What are we covering in acquisitions for 412?
So the way that our accounting structure works is that any software subscriptions and purchases fall under acquisitions, even though they're not, it's really operating types of costs. And so that is what you're seeing there in acquisition. So it's not really one big machinery or one big type of an item. It's really more the software subscriptions that PD has.
And those software subscriptions, we put it in the new fund instead of the old fund for what reason?
Because we consider those more operating than one-times.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
All right, additional questions? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. It is 7:31. Jennifer, any requests to speak from the public?
Yes, I do, Mayor. I have 8 request to speak forms.
All right.
If I could get the first 4 to the podium to my left, please. Eddie Rodriguez, Hugo Castro Ponce, Ana Quintana Ceja, and Maria Calderon.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. All right, Eddie, welcome back. Thanks for hanging with us. Took about an hour extra, so it's quick in our time.
Very informative.
Yeah.
So
seconding, Council.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eddie Rodriguez. I'm part of the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission, and The last 2 years, the city has generously allocated funding for the arts in the city budget, which, thank you, that's helped so many of us out here. About 2 years ago, you guys had an open call RFP with that funding that very directly helped a lot of the artists that live within the city. I figured the city budget is probably going to be tight this year. And in terms of federal and state funding for the arts, it's going to be reduced for us working artists. And that's going to impact school districts and higher education, which is also going to affect the livelihood of a lot of local artists. So what I wanted to encourage was a sustained contribution to the budget, and also it'll help the growth. I've seen almost a doubling, if not more, of the artists, the working artists in Merced County. It's been a rapid growth over the last maybe 2 or 3 years. And so we need more funding to keep those artists around and to keep them here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hugo Castro Ponce. I'm a student at UC Merced, recent graduate, actually. And I'm here, thank you. I'm here to ask to reprioritize some of our budget needs. I know that I came before you to speak on the housing element, and I was kind of disappointed in the lack of ambition in supporting affordable housing. And one specific item I'd like to bring up first is that I do not support amending the affordable housing policy to pay for the deficit. I don't think that the mismanagement of funds by the city should be paid for by taking away funds for affordable housing when we already have a housing crisis all across California and including Merced. And a new policy, a new program that I think that we should implement is allocating some funding for a rental registry / inspection program. I know that we've had residents come here and speak about the mismanagement of their properties in Brookdale Gardens and Merced Apartments. I think that by implementing a rental registry and inspection program, we can help enforce the standards of living that we should see in a state like California, in a city like Merced. It's not fair to have our vulnerable populations living without hot water, living with mold, and living with landlords that refuse to help them. And by establishing this rental registry and inspection, we can have regular checkups that take away the fear of tenants that might face threats from their landlords if they're undocumented, if they're impoverished, or even if they're just students who have nowhere else to go if they're attending the university here. I think a rental registry / inspection program would be a great investment for the city as it continues to grow. It'll help us keep track of the amount of rental units that we currently are not fully aware of in Merced. And in order to understand our housing capacity and also the rates that rental users are facing problems and increases in their rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ana Quintana Ceja. I'm a UC Merced student and resident of Southeast Merced, specifically District 1. I also have several things to advocate for when it comes to the budget. I would also like to echo a rental registry and inspection program. I'm also disappointed that it did not happen in the housing element, so I am hopeful that the council will consider it on this budget. While also on the topic of housing, I ask that we also include or consider some sort of program for home rehabilitation, including mobile homes. Specifically, mobile homes, I feel that they're a great way for families to have a sense of ownership and are an asset that is a lot more attainable than a typical single-family house. However, I also ask that we expand the first-time home buyers program. A lot of people would rather pay a mortgage than rent towards landlords who may not take care of their units. It is important to assist people in buying homes for the first time. And again, I would also like to echo that please do not use or revise the policy for affordable housing to address the deficit in the budget. Another ask is that we invest in a feasibility study for water and sewer extension. And another ask is to have a South Merced specific plan in this budget because us residents of South Merced constantly advocate for our side of town, and we constantly hear excuses for why we're unable to have the same investment as North Merced. So please invest in a South Merced specific plan so you can see for yourself why we advocate for South Merced as much as we do. I also think roads should have a higher amount like in the budget so they can be improved. I know that that's something that we often talk about as a community. And I also asked that instead of reducing or not hiring another staff member in the Development Services Department, that we do. As residents, we often hear that staff do their best due to their workload. However, if there are more staff, there could be more things like attainable, such as applying for grants, because again, we always hear that there is no funding for things. And lastly, my concern is for the lack of funding for the Parks and Community Services Department. I see a lot of things that are being eliminated, such as a full-time zookeeper, summer camp, sports clinic, and the block party trailer. As somebody else mentioned in regards to arts, there's a lot of funding that's being cut in other places, not just here at the city, but it's happening on a national level. And if we also continue to not find funds for Parks and Community Services, it's gonna affect everyone, but especially the future of the young people in our community. I think that public safety gets plenty of funding, but I think that the 40% of the discretionary funding for Measure Y should go towards Parks and Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana. Ms. Calderon.
Good evening. My name is Maria Calderon, and I'm from south side Merced, and I'm here again with what we've been trying to have you look into what are problems we have in South Merced, and just to mention some, the lighting and the sewer, the water, flooding, contaminated wells. My well was very high with the nitrates. The water is not safe to drink, and we have the same issue with South P Street, that is a dead-end street, and when the recollection of garbage, the trucks, they have to back up because there is not enough place for them to turn, to make a U-turn. That is so unsafe. And not just that, but also because the South Merced P Street, it's the road is very narrow. So if there is two regular cars, one has to drive off the road to make sure, you know, there is that you're safe. And so that also, it's about the safety of the children, the ones that they walk to school. So I'm here again just to let you guys know that we are, why have we been ignored? We pay our taxes just like everybody else, and South Merced is like a place that, who cares? We invited you guys to walk it over to that side of town, and you guys said you were gonna work on it or do something, and we're still waiting. So please do not ignore our community needs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Jennifer, next speakers.
Okay, if I can get the next 5 speakers, Robert Rodriguez, Andrea Uribe, Ashley Marie Suarez, Curtis Thomas, and Colton Dennis.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
My name is Robert, and I live here in Merced. At the place I live in, there's no manager or maintenance man at all. I've been living there since the year 2013. We had a manager there, but all of a sudden she got fired. We had another manager, but didn't last. They only lasted on for about like a month and a half. Then we had another one, and this one lasted for nearly about a year. Then she got transferred, and we haven't had a manager since for about 3-4 years already where I live in that. And we need a manager, and also we need a maintenance man. There's work needs to be done in the apartments where I live in. And then also too, the place needs to be watered. There ain't no place to be. Nobody's coming over to water the place or anything that. And also too, there's people that live right there are coming up with their water hoses and watering the ground by hand. We need a manager really bad because the way how things is running is not running good. Everything's running down fast, very, very fast since I've been living there. And we need also too new housing. And then also too, we need, besides the housing, we need somebody to come by and check the place out without monitoring the place. Because when they come down, they're not sitting there just looking around, writing stuff down on a piece of paper, and they take off. They don't say a word. And I can see that from right outside my window. And this is like no going nowhere. I see everything is going down because nobody's even coming by and saying anything about what's going on. They just see what is going on to themselves through their own eyes. And we need a manager right now, and also a management, because the places where I live at, a lot of places needs to be worked on, and also the grounds also too. Everybody's apartments where they live in, they need help in their apartments. And I'm getting down to the part already. I already had problems ready that I had to get my own money to get the place fixed up to work on. And I should be doing that. The ones that own the apartments should be doing that themselves as they count, because that's what I pay my rent for. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you leave us your contact information, we could try to follow up with you. Thank you. I'll watch.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Uribe, and I am a land use and transportation policy advocate for the City and County of Merced with Leadership Council. During today's budget discussion, I would like to elevate 2 items for the residents of South Merced in regards to land use and transportation. The first being a $5 million investment for local street improvements within disadvantaged communities in the South Merced area or other disadvantaged communities. Residents have raised concerns about unsafe streets within their community for years. Many of their concerns regard prioritizing safety, and these funds should be used for street calming measures, complete street projects that would include sidewalks, crosswalks, street lighting, and having local streets wide enough for public services such as trash pickups to be able to U-turn and not have to back in and out of streets. These investments would help the city achieve a comprehensive system of complete streets which addresses all modes of transportation under Goal Area T1, Streets and Roads from Chapter 4 of the Transportation and Circulation of the General Plan. And Goal 1, Enhanced Transit, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Mobility of the City of Merced's Action Plan. The second investment we urge the city to make is a $1.5 million investment for the development of a South Merced community-specific plan. This figure should account for the cost of the plan, work with consultants, and fund adequate and meaningful community engagement and participation to lead to the development of the plan. The latest community plan from South Merced is nearly 20 years old. While South Merced continues to be disenfranchised and an unincorporated community, a community-specific plan can help understand the community conditions and priorities holistically. Areas where the community-specific plan can help provide adequate information include economic growth opportunities that are community-centric and provide access to opportunities such as the commercial or retail instead of industrial development, plans for infrastructure investment, and local streets improvements. Ultimately, the plan should demonstrate pathways for the community's vision resources like groceries, parks, libraries, resource centers, and other amenities to make a livable, healthy, and enjoyable community. Furthermore, this community-specific plan can help the city achieve various of its targets under recently discussed draft goals and policies under almost all of the categories, but especially public safety, future planning, economic development, pedestrian safety, and affordable housing. As this budget is created, we urge the City Council to remember that many of the projects that lay ahead for communities of South Merced are big projects. However, they reflect disillusionment and years where these communities have not been prioritized or properly funding. These investments create a path forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. Suarez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city attorney, and city manager. First and foremost, we urge the city to engage the community as much as possible to gather feedback, and this process is no different. The town halls that were held in January and February, as well as the strategic planning session, were not appropriately advertised to the community as budget focused and do not count as an appropriate community input opportunity related to the budget. So we ask that you do proper community outreach and engagement for the budget process and allow the community one additional public hearing after the June 16th second public hearing to gather sufficient feedback on how your constituents' tax dollars should be used. Today, I'd like to summarize a few budget demands that align with the community priorities related to housing in both South Merced as well as with the working group in Merced Gardens. Many of you may already be familiar with these. They have been advocated throughout the housing element process. A, at least $500,000 for the rent registry and rental inspection program. All tenants, but particularly tenants who are part of vulnerable populations, including undocumented residents as well as low-income households, fear landlord retaliation when reporting poor housing conditions in a traditional compliant-based system like the one that Merced has. To avoid the challenge that fear poses in reporting uninhabitable units and negligent landlords, we encourage you all to take a proactive approach. This means establishing a rental registry and rental inspection program, just as other cities in the Central Valley have. The revenue possibilities are in your hands, as this program can make revenue off of fees collected from landlords that fail to correct violations and other fees associated with inspections for a percentage of total units, not all of the units. And so this revenue that the program would make would sustain itself in the long term. This proactive program would ensure that landlords that violate the housing code enforcement and fail to correct those violations while also continuing to negate their landlord duties and responsibilities are held accountable as well as incentivized to prevent housing displacement, improving living conditions, and eliminating the tenant's fear of retaliation for reporting poor housing conditions, since inspections would be routine. B, $2 million for housing rehabilitation, specifically for mobile home parks. The city should set aside $2 million to assist mobile home park residents that to live in habitable conditions. Over 50% of the state's mobile home units were built over 45 years ago, and so that makes them more likely to need repair and replacement for roofs, windows, and insulation, especially in the summer when we hit the triple digits. It's imperative that weatherization programs and other housing rehab programs are well funded and available to mobile home owners as well. At least $800,000 to expand the first-time home buyer program. The current program limits to who can apply. It prevents households with low or no credit and families with no legal status. And so we're asking that you expand the program by applying to funds other than HUD and using your general fund to ensure that residents with low or no credit can qualify for non-predatory loans with 0% interest rate and reasonable term lengths. Lastly, we urge the city to take action to preserve affordable housing units at risk of losing their subsidy by allocating funds to the Affordable Housing Fund for Preservation Action, as well as adding this to the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. So it's perfectly timed for the 3 minutes. Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Curtis Thomas. I'm a resident of District 1. Of course, we're all here to discuss the budget. And I want to talk a little bit tonight about how we got here. I think it's fitting to have this conversation in light of the upcoming general plan update. Last meeting, the mayor noted that many other cities are also experiencing budget shortfalls. It is true that we aren't unique in that regard, and it's also true that we share the common conditions with many other American cities that drive them to also have to choose between parks programs and firefighters, and eventually there's much harsher choices that follow. So what's gone wrong that we share with so many other cities? In a word, it is sprawl. There's some math involved, and I'm going to try and not turn this into a Dungeons and Dragons session for you guys. Just bear with me. The city's roughly a square in outline. A weird kind of funny thing that happens with squares is that as they get bigger, the area inside them grows faster than the perimeter does. You can try this out yourself at home with tiled floors, just to see. So what do we do with this increased area as the city grows? We develop it, right? Well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That development costs money to maintain, repair, and serve. The more area there is, the more roads there are to repair and patrol. We get the money to do those repairs and services from taxes, right? Well, if you look at the general plan, nearly all new development in Merced has been and remains the lowest densities, which, by the way, generate almost no sales tax. So the burden for those repairs and services falls more and more on fewer and fewer people. Most cities in the U.S. avoid the political discomfort of raising taxes on low density by leaning on high-value areas like downtown to subsidize services for the suburbs. This works for a while, but it always falls apart eventually, leading to urban decay and spiraling insolvency. We know what lies down this path because it's what every other city in the U.S. has been doing for 80 years. To make it short and sweet, the more a city sprawls, the more it struggles. If not today, then tomorrow. In a very real way, we're paving the sprawl with firefighter and police positions. There are easy wins for all of us in this general plan update if we have the courage to take them. The one recommendation I'll ask of this council is that we publish a citywide value per acre analysis ahead of the general plan update so we can go into it informed and try to never have to have these hard discussions again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dennis.
Good evening, Colton Dennis. For the arts, sometimes it's really easy to brush it off as something extra or superfluous, but it's really not. And I would like to share a bit of an email that I got from the Parks and Rec director, Chris Jensen. He wanted to thank the City Council and the Arts and Culture Commission for the investment in arts that have impacted, in his words, our Parks and Community Services Department. As a department, our mission is to create programs, partnerships, and spaces. He goes on to say, historically, much of our department's time was spent on taking complaints and creating work orders for both public works and external contractors to address ongoing vandalism and deface public property. Fast forward through the last 2 years of investments of art installations on utility boxes, public walls, and restrooms in parks. Over that time, we have seen a significant reduction in the time, resources, and funding required to be spent on addressing these issues. For context, in a bit of a case study, he showed us some restrooms at Applegate Park that was vandalized. And then with another restroom that was had a mural that was put onto it. With that investment, there was a little bit of vandalism, and it only cost $10 to take off because it was so small. Because it's very rare to have vandalism on murals and art spaces. And he wants to continue this kind of partnership that we've created through the Arts and Culture Commission and with the Parks and Rec and with other places throughout the city of Merced. And we can be, as in the creative economy, we are pretty creative trying to find funding. Like in 2024, we had the Heartland Creative Corps that we got some funding through the California Arts Council that was facilitated by the Merced County Arts Council and United Way of Merced, and about $60,000 of that went to the parks for arts funding and paid a lot of our artists. We can make a more sustainable funding budget for the arts and arts project if we utilized taxes such as the TOT, the transit taxes, stuff like that. That usually is allocated towards a percentage towards tourism and the arts. If you look into communities throughout our nation and throughout California, a lot of the funding that are funded by arts projects or for arts projects are from TOT taxes and similar taxes such as that. So I'd like us to kind of look into that for future reference too. And thank you so much for all the time you put into this budget. It can't be easy.
Thank you, Cole. Jennifer, any other speakers?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Last chance, ladies and gentlemen. All right, once Venus gets up here, public hearing is closed at 7:57. If we could take a brief break, just a brief 5-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene a little after 8 o'clock. Thank you. showing off his new suit. All right, we'll reconvene in 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, we'll reconvene. The public hearing has been closed. Now we're back to council for discussion and direction. Typically at this meeting, we're doing the bulk of the heavy lifting and leaving the final meeting, leaving essentially a roughly finished product here, so the next meeting on June 16th can go relatively smoothly. So tonight, historically, this is the night where we do our best to do as much work as possible, do the heavy lifting, and finalize things as best we can. Just addressing real quick, but before we get into discussion from council members, some of the comments that were made from the public. We certainly hear you, value your input. Certain items, art, home rehab, first-time home buyer, roads, those issues, those are things that are funded, and always the question is, should there be more funding? So that's part of the discussion, I guess, tonight. With everything, the needs we have, and this is always the budget challenge as well, the need is always greater than the resource. So our needs are significant. Our resources are significant too, but the need is always a lot more. So the trick to budgeting is moving those puzzle pieces so we can kind of take care of everything as best we can. In addition to that, certain other items that were mentioned, rental registry has been discussed at length by the council, including two separate kind of occasions over the past few years. So we've discussed that at considerable length over the years. The South P, I know we've discussed that as well. That portion is in the county, but certainly areas just the north or our city areas that we need to discuss as well. And then with the South Merced specific plan, we just allocated, I believe it was 1.3, how much for the general plan? It was one, Venus, for the general plan, it was 1 point, how much did we allocate for the general?
1.2.
Okay, yeah, for the entire general plan update. So, the question would be, do we want to allocate more than that for a specific South Merced plan, or use our general plan process, which we're have already begun or in the beginning stages of, as was referenced, I think, earlier by some of the comments, to obviously include South Merced as well. All right, so I'll turn it to my colleagues, and is there any comments at this time? Additional opening comments from council. I know there's some comments made earlier. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seems to me we've got a few different policy choices to make, but I want to get one out of the way. Before I was elected, there was a community-wide discussion about the role that public safety has in our community. I think our community has responded resoundingly with not just the passage of Measure C, but putting Measure C on the ballot. As a private citizen, I was one of the neighbors out knocking on doors, had a yard sign, and was glad to see Measure C overwhelmingly pass. I think we are doing the voters a disservice if we withhold money from Measure C, particularly the quote new Measure C, and in the alternative, freeze police officer and firefighter positions and a dispatcher position. So I would urge my colleagues to support a budget amendment that releases sufficient amounts of funds to fully fund the 1 dispatcher and 4 officer positions, as well as the firefighter position that it sounds like FEMA is not going to want us to freeze anyway. Again, my math Ms. Rodriguez is the owner of this, but if you add the salary figures in her spreadsheet, those positions come to $873,000. We potentially have 1.7 million over and above the generally accepted accounting carryover. So I would urge my colleagues to fully fund those positions. The city manager can always make a request that those positions not be filled for, say, the first 30 days of the new budget year to get some salary savings, but I would not support freezing public safety sworn and unsworn positions for the reasons I've stated.
Okay.
And I'll stop so we can discuss potentially that single issue.
Okay.
Just to make a comment, I created a worksheet in case we had to do some quick math up here. And so the worksheet in front of you just shows if you were to add all of the positions, it would be an additional 872. So your deficit would be 1.3. And then by making that change, if we add anything over 500,000 to the operating, it changes all of the allocations. So this would be the change to your allocations. If you plugged in Trust 115 for it, this is revenue would be added here. It would create your new fund balance amount. If you added community funding or arts projects, then this would be your new balance. So I just kind of, as a demonstration, how things could change depending on what you added or subtracted. The second slide is everything adding, except if you did not add any revenue offset, kind of where we would be as far as a fund balance and those things. So just for visual purposes. And then I just have some other ones there that we can play with if needed.
Okay. And Venus, where does it go in future years with the scheduled raises that we have?
Where does it go?
Yeah, what would that number be? Have you figured that in?
That's another calculation that I would have to work on, so it's not really factored into here. This is just based on the general fund proposed budget. If we made changes, what would the budget look like?
Okay. All right. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. You know, I don't think it's any surprise that I support that position. Last meeting, I came out and stated I did not want to freeze any public safety positions. Not only the looming discussion of FEMA, which now has come back that if we do a waiver, then we would not be able to backfill public safety positions. It puts us in a compromised position. Councilmember Smith put it eloquently. Measure C was passed by the voters at a strong percentage, not just a little over 50%. And I support public safety. Again, public safety is the first ones that we call in this city when we need help. Chief has shown that with good leadership and good direction, we can reduce crime within the city. We've seen that in statistics. So I support that, and I support the decision to fund public safety.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Jean.
I think that whenever we talk about the city budget, we have this predetermined way that we talk about it, right? When we talk about parks and development services, we talk about how the general fund is going to supplement their operating budget, right? We never talk about public safety in that way, right? When we talk about the police and fire departments, we don't go, how much money do we need to put in today's general fund dollars to supplement those operating budget, right? But yet we do the same thing. We do that to parks, we do it to development services, we do it to the airport. It's because up here we're saying that those are not as important, all right? and that we need to supplement those operating budget. And I disagree. I think that we need to redefine what public safety actually means. Earlier, it was brought up that if we have arts, it reduces graffiti, right? That is reducing crime right there, right? If we talk about keeping people housed, that reduces crimes on the streets, right? If we talk about anything, right? Because public safety is so much more than just police and fire and being reactionary to the root causes of crimes. And so I think I support freezing these positions. I think that we need to look at how we're going to use the general fund dollars to support development services rather than saying, how are you going to figure it out on your own without general fund dollars, right? Support parks, because it makes no sense for us to say that you can't, we're going to supplement your budget with general fund, or else you got to figure out how to get that money. Because I prioritize them. I think that they have been underfunded, and it's about time that we start moving in the direction of what community members have asked for as well. And so with regards to the SAFER grant and FEMA, which was previously brought up, I have a question for Chief Wilson.
Like Chief Wilson to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. Regarding the number of vacant positions for SAFER, where's my image? And correct me if I'm mistaken, actually, first off, what's the number of minimum staffing that we need for SAFER?
84.
84. How many do we currently have filled at the moment?
74.
74.
Those are operational positions, so it doesn't include administrative support staff, only staff that are a part of the NFPA 1710 response. So people that are actually on the line responding to calls.
And how many are vacant?
10.
10. So we need to fill essentially all of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
One second. Okay, and then to Councilmember Smith's point, if we move positions out of the general fund and into Measure C, would that be sufficient for what FEMA is looking for?
Yeah, they just look at the staffing maintenance level number, which is that 84. So it was 60 prior to SAFER plus the 24, so that's where we come up with 84. So yeah, regardless of which fund it comes from, they're looking for that 84.
And if we ask for the hardship or economic hardship waiver, could you, just in case folks are not aware, explain again what happens at that point?
Yeah, so in order to be approved for an economic hardship waiver, we have to have a hiring freeze that goes across all public safety sector, both sworn and non-sworn. And to Councilmember DuPont's comment earlier, the information we got back from a previous council meeting to this council meeting is that that would not just be at a current snapshot, so it wouldn't just be the 4 positions for PD, it would be any future positions for the length of the grant, which goes till March 2027, So any future vacancies that would occur in the police department would also have to be frozen as well.
Correct, and it's unsworn as well. I will defer for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight, we're not here to redefine phrases, but in the previous meeting, I did say that I would support to fund the positions for PD and fire. I don't know if this will be a question or a comment, but during our labor negotiations, it was brought to us that there might be a deficit, but it wasn't year 1. It would be potentially year 3. So how are we in this position? And that's all I'm going to say for right now.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. I guess, yeah, this narrows down to, seems like there are a few issues here. Budget overall, the community funding and art was one that was discussed, and I think that the big one is the public safety and the extent to which, if at all, we freeze these positions. I just want to throw a couple wrinkles into it. I think one, the safer, what staff went and did work, and the decision or the guidance from the federal government, I think that in a lot of ways ties our hands when it comes to freezing any fire positions. If we had 60 before SAFER, SAFER added 24 positions a few years ago, and then we have 74. So I mean, fire is well staffed right now, and fire is as well staffed as it's been in a long time. Same with PD. PD and Chief, I know you know the numbers, but I mean a lot of it had to do with the last contract that this council approved. Prioritizing salary for police officers, and that in effect, by in that contract negotiation, freezing a couple positions that hadn't been filled in a long time, probably years and years and years. In fact, enabled us to start really growing the department, and now at 94, budgeted for 95 with 94 positions filled. I think we're in a really good spot. But Chief and Captain Perez too, I know you guys had mentioned a few things about possibly applying for grants and or agreements with the school district for additional positions too. Could you guys shed some light on those potential initiatives or options?
Yep, we currently have contract with both the high school district and the Merced City School District. So we contract 6 school resource officers and 1 supervisor contract with the college, where we provide, my command staff provides managerial oversight for the college police department. So the college contract is written. It's sitting with our city attorney for review, and we are in the final stages of both our high school district contract, which will include the continuation of their funding of 70% of the 4 officers that they provide for the 4 high schools, and they are going to help us with our fleet. We're having some vehicle issues. I don't think it's any secret that when we've added our staff, we have to buy patrol vehicles for that. So they are going to purchase a vehicle to assist us with our patrol vehicle in the next contract. The school district, which would be our junior highs and elementary, we currently have 2 staffed with them, and they're looking to add a 3rd school officer, which is again a 70% refund from us. They pay 70% of that officer's wage, and a vehicle as well. We also are being contacted by Weaver District, who would like to sit down and have a conversation with us about funding a school resource officer for their district. If we cut some of the staffing, patrol is where we would have to pull them from. So to answer your question, Mayor, I would have to tell them, no, I can't provide officers because I have to account for being able to respond for calls for service in a timely manner. And to your point, we had 15 vacancies in 23 when I started here, and we gave up 3 positions last year knowing that we were a long ways away from filling those, but we've come a long way in a year and we're knocking on that door. So we had 1 vacancy 2 weeks ago, we have 2 today. So with a lateral officer that is going to be in the final stages from one of our neighboring agencies that wants to come over with, I think, 4 years of experience. So this department is poised to respond and support this council and our city manager 100%. Whether the number be 94 or 98, we are going to do everything we can to support all of you. You asked me if I need the officers. Well, of course, because I want to continue to reduce crime, and I want to continue to have other programs available for our officers, and I want to continue to improve the crime and lower the crime rates in this town. Our town is growing. I'm seeing about a 3% increase in calls for service per year. I'm trending at 3% increase in calls for service, which is about on par with our population growth, and eventually it's going to be overwhelming for the numbers we have. So we just need to be prepared. I think a lot of people said this. We need to be prepared for our growth with our calls for service and grow with our city.
Do you think if there's an agreement with those school districts, if we added positions, would you be in the position to offer those services to Weaver and the 3rd officer of the Merced City School District? Say if we unfroze 2 of those and then the school district covered roughly 70% of the cost.
I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that our school district does want to talk to us about adding a 3rd officer. That's the conversation. Of course, that is just a verbal conversation where they're being very supportive. They have some grant funds to do that. And I haven't even had the conversation with Weaver yet. They've reached out to me. I knew that we were anticipating some of these meetings, so I've kind of kicked the can down the road and saying, once we settle this, I'll have that conversation, because I don't like making promises that I can't keep, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. So let's just talk about the numbers, Mayor. If we needed to unfreeze a position or do something like that, we could probably be fully staffed within 3 or 4 months. Of course, I don't have anybody teed up other than one person to take a spot, so it would take me several months to get these positions filled anyways by the time I got them through backgrounds and the screening process. So it's not like I have somebody on deck that I would start next week.
And any potential grant opportunities, we had some discussions about.
Thank you. Yeah, you did ask me about that. I apologize. I had a meeting with our grant company, CPPG, last week. And we had preliminary conversations about 2 grants that we're going to work on with them. One would be a COPS grant for additional opportunities through the COPS program, which is a federal law enforcement grant, very similar to the SAFER, but it's directed toward law enforcement as opposed to the SAFER for fire. I'm looking at trying to have them fund 3 officers. Now, I get questioned a lot about why am I looking for 3. I'm looking at attrition rates. An average attrition rate for a department our size is 3 to 4 officers-ish a year. That's an average number when I look at the numbers from us. So should the grant end, our attrition rate would be kind of in line with what our grant's looking like, that should the positions just need to be assimilated through attrition. And also with the COPS grant, new this year is there's only a 1-year post-grant commitment from a city, as opposed to a 3 and 3, it's a 3 with a 1-year commitment on the city. So they pay and then you pay for the last year. So it's much less out of the city's pocket on the backside, which I think is very nice. And I'm also working with CPPG on $178,000, $180,000, what they call a micro grant for some technology upgrades.
Thank you. All right, just a couple quick comments. I know we're in the middle of the discussion, but again, I think that the decision or the news from the federal government about our staffing levels, that I think ties our hands when it comes to freezing fire positions. For that reason, it's not smart to freeze any of them. With we all want to support public safety. We all see the value in having additional officers on the street. It gives me a lot of heartburn to be running $1 million plus budgets, or to dip into, or $1 million plus deficits, or to dip into other non-reoccurring funds, such as savings that can be used, for downturns or for one-time expenses, when we have a lot of need for one-time expenses as well. I think that said, when it comes to the unfreezing the police positions, the 3 were frozen last budget cycle. There's a request, obviously, to do 1 additional one this year. I think the 1 can possibly be absorbed by the Trust 115 funding. 1, 2, the additional ones through what was just spoken about, the potential agreements with the school districts to cover roughly 70% of the cost, and a SAFER grant too. Those are all important revenues that could help offset some of those costs. $150,000 plus per year for a police officer, with obviously scheduled raises coming as well. And then 2, final point, Measure C, public certainly gave a resounding yes to support it, but Measure C, from our perspective as a city, simply maintained. It was a status quo revenue source. It wasn't something that increased our revenue. So if we're going to be serious, and I think we should, about not just improving our police and fire service, but improving our other services as well, we need to talk very seriously about additional ballot measure, another half cent. So that's another big topic. I think the only responsible way we can do all that going forward is if we have that additional revenue. Because if not, we could repeat what happened years back, where we build up our forces. And this was, back in the big downturn 15 years ago, when the forces built up, and then the bottom falls out of the economy, and the council had to stare at 30 plus. Supervisor Pedroza, who just walked in, was on the council back then, and had to lay off dozens and dozens of police and firefighters. I think that was not something we want to do. All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So to the point on Measure C, I mean, there's other things I want to talk about. The reason why I brought up Measure C and stopped is there's a nuance point that maybe it's lost on me, but particularly the quote, new Measure C, that's a public safety tax. There is no allocating that money for another priority. My understanding from the city manager and the city finance officer, again, I said this is a rational reason to do it. I think it's done in good faith. They're holding money back to make sure we've got a cushion for when the CBA's, the cost increase in years 2 and 3. I'm saying we've asked the voters to give us that money, the taxpayers to give us that money, and we've got it in hand. We need to use it. I don't know that I agree with the policy choice of having another ballot initiative to balance our budget. But I mean, to my colleague, Councilmember Zhang's point, we could debate all day what we might want to use that Measure C money for, but that's been taken out of our hands by the voters, and the citizen initiative isn't passed. So, you know, I'm looking at a budget that was brought to this council that's $430,000 in the red. If I understand how Measure C works, whether or not we use that money for salaries or not, doesn't impact that $430,000 number. And if it does, somebody should tell me. I think we make the policy decision about Measure C, and then we got to figure out a second issue, which is how do we close that budget number? But it's not going to be done by reallocating money away from a public safety tax. So again, we can, you know, to the mayor's point, I hear where he's going. I don't know that I necessarily agree just yet. I think I'm starting to hear a consensus that we utilize some of the Measure C money to fully fund the police and fire salaries. Maybe the mayor's not all the way at 4, plus the dispatcher. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but you know, somebody's going to have to convince me that there's a justification for taking money that the voters and the residents gave us to do exactly this, to fund police and fire positions, and not do that. Particularly when, after years of underfunding, if not defunding our police department, we're back at fully funding it. And look what's happening to our crime statistics across the board. So this is a good problem to have, guys. And there are things that we can do that I'd like to talk about at the end of this discussion so that we're not in the same position next year. But as of today, I'm not hearing a compelling reason to leave money in Measure C beyond what is the generally accepted carryover amount.
You're talking about old Measure C or new Measure C?
I would argue both. I acknowledge the fact that the old Measure C is a general tax, but it's always been used for public safety. I think that's the compact we have with our community.
Yeah, it's always been essentially. What about the point that was made, you made it too, that you know, as raises come, which they will over the next couple of years, and those costs are only going to increase, it's a good cushion to absorb that and to potentially pay for one-time expenses as well, such as police equipment, fire equipment, those kind of things. Isn't that your justification right there?
So there is a cushion. That's the generally accepted accounting carryover. And also, I'm not the expert. You know, I'm going to defer to Chief Stanfield. If it makes more sense to put operating costs into Measure C beyond what's already there, you know, I'd be open to that. But we've got the money in hand for the specific purpose.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I weighed in earlier. I just want to reinforce what I said earlier and have some specifics to it. Believe we ought to fund those unfunded or suspended positions. I want to fully use the Measure C funds to do that. I want to remind the council that the Tax Transparency Commission recommended that the old Measure C carryover money be used in the same appropriation that the new Measure C was voted in. So they recommended that that money be dedicated to public safety. I think the FEMA emergency request is a poison pill, and we should stay away from that. I would like to see the 100K go to arts and basically use the Measure C funds and the Trust 115 revenue fund to balance the budget. That's money that is there, as far as I'm concerned, it's there for this type of purpose, a lean year. That's what we dip into. It's what we replenish when we're more flush. And instead of cutting services, I'd rather draw down that revenue fund in a year like this. Thank you.
Councilor Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Mayor, you bring up the economic downturn, and I went and looked at that economic downturn. While it cut public safety, it also cut management positions, and I don't see management positions here. That's a discussion that we should be having as well if we want to cut public safety. Because I'm not going to sit here and say we should cut the people that are directly serving our residents here in Merced without also looking internally and saying we need to be better at what we do with the people that we have, and can we cut as well? So, I agree with Councilmember Smith. We have Measure C there. You said it yourself, Measure C was there because it sustained the positions that we had in public safety. We're not doing that. We're freezing positions in public safety. So I agree that we should use public safety for its intended purpose, what the voters said we should use, to sustain the positions that we have. So I agree with that approach. As to Trust 115 and how we can figure out other avenues to balance the budget, we are in a rainy day situation. Like I said last meeting, we should be using those resources. That's what we plan for. That's what we plan for reserve. That's what we plan for a Trust 115. And you're right, Mayor. I mean, good thing we're not in certain positions as other cities, but we plan for certain scenarios like this. So let's use the resources that we have at our fingertips.
All right. Anyone else? Councilmember Jean.
All right. As much as I don't want to unfreeze these positions and continue to unfund them, question regarding the fire vacancies for SAFER. Are we able to just shift them over to Measure C? And I guess the priority should be on filling these fire positions first over police positions. And then what I could see here are these, let's say 5.5 positions for fire. They're all under general fund. So if we shift them all over to Measure C, that would free up however much money that is, $780,000.
I guess I'm not sure. So we have one frozen firefighter, but you're saying all of the vacant positions in
Correct.
fire, you want to move them over to Measure C and then open up funding within the general fund to absorb these other frozen positions?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily open up funding to absorb the frozen positions, but it would free up money in the general fund where we wouldn't be in the negative.
Oh, yes. I'd have to double check the dollar amount. This was so every position is very specific in costs. If this is vacancies, yes, the vacant positions should all be about 143,000.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just a thought with regards to making sure that we reach SAFER and then we free up money in the general fund. Not sure how the rest of council feels about that.
Okay. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask Fire Chief, if we funded those 5 positions, do we have a station to put them at? Do we have equipment to put them on?
So in FEMA's eyes, we have to fund all the positions. Where they come from, it doesn't really matter. 3 of the positions are SAFER positions. The rest are either general fund or Measure C positions, but all 10 have to be funded. So it doesn't really matter. It really comes back to the finance officer's recommendation on where we bring the funding from, but it doesn't really make a difference. We have to meet the 84 number. So I will tell you, There is no specific timeline for filling the positions. We are currently in the recruitment process. I will say we're at step 3 of 5 steps in the recruitment process. We currently have 9 folks left in the process with a physical agility and chiefs interviews to go. So we most likely, I guarantee we will not be able to fill all 10 of those positions. So I'm sure we're going to realize some salary savings in our next budget year. And then we'll have to start the recruitment process back over again and continue to recruit. So I would estimate that with fire season and an academy going and starting over the recruitment process, we're probably going to go at least 6 months of this fiscal year with several openings as well in salary.
So for SAFER's purposes, they just can't be frozen.
Can't be frozen, and we have to we have to show an effort. So we have to continuously recruit and try and fill those positions, not just leave them open or freeze them.
Right. Thank you.
All right. No, I think to my colleagues too, I think we all want to, I'd certainly love to have more police officers in particular, but I think the difference is that the idea that this is somehow a downturn budget or sort of a, I think that the point was made that it's raining. This is kind of still a status quo. We're not in a downturn. This is a status quo kind of hold firm budget. So to dip into at a time where, this isn't a big downturn that's going to bounce back. This is kind of we're middling along in terms of revenue. If we start dipping into one-time funding, such as Trust 115, such as the Measure C cushion, it's just not sustainable. I mean, at what point does that money run out, and then what do we do? So, and there's no cushion there, and I just would urge caution. I think there's other good alternatives, such as some of the things that Chief talked about in terms of either the agreements with the school districts that would pay for a majority of it, or the grants. That's a smart idea, but I have a lot of caution about running significant deficits here, especially at a time when our police department's better staffed now than it's been, and in a better position now than it's been in a long, long time. So, Councilmember DuPont.
If we freeze, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we freeze the positions, he's not going to have the opportunity, if I heard him correctly, to actually provide those services to the community if they come to him. So, and I guess the other point is, if we're using Measure C, we're not increasing what the deficit is now.
Yeah. I mean, to the first point, it can be changed. That can, if we have them frozen, then that can change. They can, if once there's a potential agreement in place or there's a grant application in place, then they can come back to us and say, look, now it's time to unlock these positions, which we certainly could do. And then I don't understand your second point, Measure C.
You're saying if we fund these positions, we're going to increase the deficit and how much we have to dip into our reserves. But if I'm understanding our discussion correctly, is if we fund these positions through Measure C, it doesn't touch the general fund, so our actual gap that we need to fill in the general fund doesn't change. It stays the same. So you're dipping in less than 500,000 at this point. It's 429.
No, sure, yeah, it would come out of Measure C. But the point was made earlier to dip into the old Measure C, and that there's no more money coming into that. That's what I was referring to. Like dipping into the $2 million that's left in old Measure C, which there's no more money coming in there. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I mean, again, I know there's a distinction between the general tax of the old Measure C and the special tax of the new Measure C, but it is a public safety tax in a silo by itself. So the policy choice the city manager and this finance officer have asked us to accept is they want to withhold public safety money to spend on public safety next year. So I think the finance officer's spreadsheet is not illustrating the point. These are not additive. If you guys agree or disagree with my point, we still have to figure out how to fill the $429,000 hole. I mean, that has to be clear to the 7 of us up here. It's a very different issue. So I would rather fund the positions that the public wants us to fund with express instructions to our departments to try to find grant sources for it. And if we're talking about things like a school resource officer, that's a specialized position. I mean, we heard the chief say that person's not going to be hired tomorrow. That officer is going to be hired months from now. And the associated benefits costs are not going to be accrued until months from now. So my policy judgment, we got strong support for public safety as envisioned by Measure C in our community. Let's use the Measure C money to fund those positions. There's other things we can do to maybe take it out if we're successful in granting and whatever else, but that's a different issue. But let's please not confuse paying for all of these positions now with somehow it takes money from other priorities. We haven't even got to that discussion yet. As I watch the clock get closer to 9.
We're just getting warmed up. All right. No, I see your point. And Councilor DuPont, like, if you look here, the new Measure C 2030, we have budgeted revenue roughly 8.8, budgeted essentially that. So I think to Councilmember Smith's point, it's the ending balance in the old Measure C, which is not replenishing itself. And I think Councilmember Smith narrowed the issue. The city manager recommended is to essentially hold that in abeyance for what is likely to be future increased public safety costs with scheduled raises over the next few years, or do we use that potentially right now to pay for more officers? All right. Anybody who's not a lawyer want to speak right now? Go ahead, City Manager McBride.
Thought I'd step up to the mic. Been pretty quiet tonight, trying to save my voice for the goals and priorities that are coming up later. I just want to give some context. When we started the budget process, we were way out of balance. It was over $4 million. We tried to get it down as close as we could to a figure that we felt could be reasonably addressed at a public meeting with some different options. We all 100% support public safety. The work being done by both fire and police is absolutely amazing. The stories of saving lives through ALS is just overwhelming. The fact that we have no vacant positions in PD where we had 15 or more in years past, and we've got declining rates for all types of our crimes is testament to why our investment makes sense. I don't envy you tonight. I know this is challenging. I would just add this, that your staff and I have been focused on this budget and goals and priorities for a long time. When we can get past this, let us work on a plan for longer term financial stability to bring back to you. Let us work with your budget subcommittee. Let us bring something back perhaps by the end of the summer, early September to work on long term. When we make plans, they immediately change, right? Conditions never tend to be what we expect them to be. That's just the reality of it. For this next year, we're going to be vigilant in looking at expenses, looking at revenues. I've talked about it extensively with Venus. We could do that for you. I don't want to get crippled by future issues when I know it's important to set the budget for tonight, but I understand the need to still think about it. But if it will give you some assurance going forward, let us work on something and come back to you. If that frees you up, I hope it does.
Thank you, Scott. Additional comments? Okay. I guess we can let's take it, issue by issue. First, the new recommendation is to not leave any fire positions frozen and to fund all of them. Is there any discussion or debate on that? Or would you like, on those issues, would you like direction or would you like a formal motion?
Formal motion.
Okay. Is there a formal, it seems like, again, narrowing the issues, fire issues, police, they're a little different because of the safer situation. And then some of the other minor issues as well, notably the community funding and art positions. Is there a motion with respect to the fire positions?
Can you also add funding source in the motion? Like, do you want it to be general fund? Do you want it to be Measure C?
Okay. And it's old Measure C or new Measure C? Or
That's why I have funding source. So whether it's old, new, general fund, I would need direction on which funding
so
source.
to essentially fund that last fire position?
So add the frozen fire position, and then
How
you
to
would
fund it.
want it added in which fund?
Got it. Okay. Discussion or a motion with respect to that?
I will move to use Measure C funds to fund the one firefighter position that's currently proposed to be frozen.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, the police positions, there were in last year's budget, there were 3 frozen. This year's budget proposes to freeze another one, a 4th. Additional discussion, I know you've talked at some length, and I think all 3 of us like the debate. But appreciate you guys for the good discussion. I just again, I think my point is if I'm comfortable unfreezing one, but if we unfreeze all, I think we're gonna potentially regret it a year or 2 down the line. City Manager McBride, unless we find other funding sources such as grants or agreements with the school district. Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that the positions that were filled last year were actually swapped. They were swapped for sworn officers to non-sworn positions. So it's not like the money wasn't used. It was used for other things that we thought were of critical need. Community service officers, for example, being probably one of the highest priorities still even to today.
Yeah, that's yeah, Chief, they were the frozen positions were swapped for, can you speak to that briefly? Additional CSOs?
We froze them in last year's budget to make room in our budget to add some civilian staff. We added community service officers. We knew there were some labor negotiations going on. So we preemptively offered to freeze vacant positions that we knew we were not going to have time to fill when we had so many vacancies. We knew it was a bridge too far, Mayor. So
yes, sir.
It was not worth funding positions that I did not think we could fill.
Okay. Discussion or a motion, and this is those positions, and then also we haven't talked much, but the dispatcher. Could you put that slide up too? We have the dispatcher position as well.
And Mayor, if I could just real quick on the dispatcher,
yes.
It is a shared dispatch center that works for both the police and the fire. Okay. So I just want to be clear about that because I don't want my colleague over there to get mad at me. But we share a unified dispatch center that does both police and fire for the city.
Okay. And then Casey's probably too nice to get mad at the situation. Maybe that might do it. All right. All right, is there a motion, or we have, again, deleting lead dispatcher, deleting parking enforcement, switching that to a CSO, and then the 4 potentially unfunded police officers and 1 unfunded dispatcher. All right, discussion. Councilmember Harris.
I would move that we fund every of the items under the general fund tab there and use Measure C as the funding mechanism.
Second.
Okay. And just for clarification, does that include the dispatchers as well?
It does.
Okay, both the lead dispatcher and the
unfunded dispatcher spot.
Okay. All right. Second, Councilmember Smith. Jennifer.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang and Mayor Serrato voting no.
Takes us to remaining items. I think that were subject to discussion: community funding requests, art, anything else that would council would want to discuss? McCall, anything else potentially that is either in that should be out or out that should be in? Any other discussion? Okay. We'll discuss. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So switching gears, you know, I'm in favor of some allocation from Trust 115 to help carry the load. I think we need to take the finance officers counsel that we want to cut too much into something that's tied to pensions and investments. So, you know, we got to figure out how to fill the gap. But on my list, you know, I think people love our zoo. Remember what happened when the sign got stolen? We've got a zookeeper. I mean, that is a trained position. I understand this person was told that there was potential for the job to be moved to temporary, and she could actually stay, but I think it would be wise of us to try to keep a zookeeper. I'd like to see arts investment and funding come back. I think because we've got $27,500 unallocated from last year, potentially that could come back later in the year, but I would like to see it come back. In terms of where, I mean, that's always the tricky part. I'd like to see some allocation from Trust 115. And I could be reading the set aside for reserves, but it looks like we have more in operating reserve than just the 35%. Is there an amount of money we could save for use this year instead of putting a full amount into the general fund reserve is my question.
So when you say there's more set aside, I'm not sure what that means or what you're seeing where.
This is the problem when I was actually looking at the primary budget earlier today. So we have a policy to fund the general fund reserve up to 35% of the general fund amount. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So of the operating expenditures, 67.5, 35% is your reserve, 30% is set aside in a separate fund, and 5% is kept here. So 5% of that is your 3.3 million. Set aside in a separate fund is about 18.1 million, and then based on the 67.5 number, 30% of that would need to have about 20 million set aside in a separate fund. So that's where we're adding the 1,899,280 to meet that 30% requirement.
Okay.
So from my numbers perspective, there's not more than what's required. If the council wanted to set the reserve at a different level, you definitely have that option to do that. We can come back at a different time to do that. It won't. If you were to add a zookeeper, that does add to operating, so it creates more deficit.
Yep.
So yeah, it would just be how you would want to plug the additional deficit.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. What I was winding up very poorly at was, is it possible for council to say, we're still going to put aside money in the general fund reserve, but it's going to be 29%. And we'll put that 1% into operating. We're still putting money away. We're just going to putting away a little bit less, and we're not touching anything that's been in the bank. Is that a choice that we could make?
Yes.
Okay.
We could, but that's a council policy. That's been a conversation in the past, and in the past we increased it to 30%. That would require turning to, I mean, that's something we can't do. We can't make that decision to see. We'd have to change the council policy, turning to, yeah, we'd have to bring it back to change the council policy. Okay. But that's been a topic of conversation in the past. I mean, in a way to put more into ongoing as opposed to reserve. I know we've had that conversation a number of times as well.
Yeah.
But, you know,
If you choose to do that, we can bring that back in the next meeting when you adopt all of your council budget and resolutions. We can also bring back up the policy for the reserve and just have the number changed to whatever percentage you would want that changed to.
If it drops, say, to 25%, then what does that do to that 1.899 million?
So the 25% set aside, as a set aside, and then still, so really it's 30% total, 5% within general fund,
Correct.
25% set aside?
Yeah, say for example, if you can do this math right here.
I'm like, I'm not sure I can do the math, but
You're gonna
I,
get a raise right here on the spot. But if he goes from 30 to 25, yeah, it's true.
6, 7 point.
One person, you know what, I got just one vote. Nobody- What does that do to that 1 point? Oh, here we go.
She's got spreadsheets.
5 times 25. I'm already doing a horrible job.
We better rethink.
Take your time.
It's kind of like doing spreadsheets under pressure because now I number locked somehow. Oh, that's this.
That's the set. If there's a 30% general, so if we have like the general fund's 60 million, then we got to keep 30% in there. That's 18 million. So we got
Like,
to
no,
add
there's something wrong with this
1.9
work.
budget to get it to 18. So if we reduce that to 25%, which would make it 15 million,
I'll do it.
then do we not have to add? We know what 30%. Correct. So say if there's like, if we have 60 million, if that's just throwing the numbers out, if that's the general, then 30% of that's 18 million. We have to keep.
So I think 16.7 million is what would be required to be set aside, and we're at 18. So you would actually move money back,
So it'd pretty much eliminate that 1.9.
and it would eliminate that, yes.
Okay. All right. This is your other ongoing revenue source. All right.
Did we get an answer?
Yeah, I think she did. No, it essentially eliminates that 1 point.
The 1.9, you wouldn't have to set that aside
Yeah.
if I did that correctly.
So that's another conversation we've had in the past off and on, but never in a serious way in the council is modifying that set aside. I mean, those are our reserves, but is the 30%, you got to hit reserves with the right amount. If you do them too high, then you're withholding
Yep.
services.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know that we have enough information, and I don't want to be fair to Venus, but I mean, in the ideal world, we would know that if we were to change council policy, it seems to me we're not touching our reserves, we're just maybe putting in a little bit less. Like we're taking that 3-day vacation, but we're still paying our bills, we're still putting money away. Because I wouldn't want to drain Trust 115. That's kind of expedient, but that seems irresponsible. If we could spread it between the pension investment fund and then the general fund, we could probably close that gap and maybe bring back some of these other, smaller items that have a tremendous community value, whether you guys agree this would be Geeper, Arts, whatever, but because we only have to find $500,000, right? How hard could that be? But I think we need to give our staff time to kind of noodle on that if you guys agree with me that that's the direction we should go.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to presuppose.
Okay, Councilor Jean.
I was thinking the opposite there, Councilmember Smith, in terms of instead of touching the percentage that we set aside, why don't we pull from the reserve? And so this way we don't mess with how much we put in on an annual basis. And then we could just pull from the balance. And I think that balance, $5.1 million, if I'm not mistaken.
So you would, the reserve would be set at so say you left it at the 35%, you would have to have 20 million set aside in that other fund. So you couldn't pull it back unless you lowered the reserve amount. Once you lower the reserve amount, then you say you don't need 20 million, you need maybe 19, right? So then you could put $1 million back to the general fund. And you're only setting aside the 19.
That makes sense.
So, and then with regards to any of the other reserves, do we have to change any other set-aside amounts or percentages before we pull from them?
No, because the financial policy for the general fund reserve it's a requirement to have a certain amount. On the other funds, like Economic Development Opportunity, it says you can't have more than 5 million in there. So once you hit 5 million, we wouldn't even we wouldn't even have an allocation every year once you hit that limit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dupont.
Yeah, I would like to see more information as to the set aside number, if it's, you know, if we have to go all the way down to 25%, or it would be the 20, or it would be 30 with the 5% set aside, or contingency, sorry. I think more information would be helpful to that, so that I agree, not depleting Trust 115 in total, but also if we're, you know, if we get to the end of the fiscal year, we see actuals, and we're actually under budget, we can always replenish the general reserve that way as well. So I think it's a good tool to use and to get more information on. The one that we didn't touch on as well, just kind of looking at these, is one of the recommendations is to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is to use, or needing to change that policy, possibly to help with development services. Can you explain what the change in policy would be?
So currently the policy does not allow as a use for administrative purposes. So the policy would come back essentially just with that one change. When you have a list of what this funding could be used for, we would add an item that said for administrative purposes. And then we would bring that back to you for review and to adopt that new policy.
Yeah, and you may have this or this answer, or city manager, you may have this answer, but can you explain a little bit what type of administrative services we're talking about?
Absolutely love to. I mean, let's just be honest. We're a service organization, right? So to get $1 million into a project takes money. You know, you've got to draft documents. You've got to do a review of analysis of a lot of different things. There's an overhead and a cost to providing affordable housing to a project. We're trying to make sure that it's neutral. Right now, our housing staff are working pretty much for HUD funding, but there's an additional amount of work that's done outside of HUD on other types of projects. This would kind of help fill that gap.
And are some of these administrative services being done on our affordable housing projects that we have throughout the city?
Yes.
So, I mean,
I would add, Councilmember, that we have quite a bit of housing work that's coming out of development services, just the way that we're doing things right now. We have our housing division primarily works on our HUD programs. Our development services department works on pretty much everything that's involving HCD or home key, those types of things.
Which some of those projects include the first-time home buyer,
correct,
initiatives, and similar to that, correct?
Yeah, one thing I wouldn't mind addressing right now, if I could just take 1 minute. Please. I know we're having a long, lengthy discussion, but I felt like it's pertinent. Councilmember Zhang mentioned this earlier. On your agenda earlier tonight, we did amend the guidelines for Cal Home 21. And we've been working for some time to get these guidelines up to date so that we can use former funds we've had in program income to get out the door for assisting more families. So that's helping down payment assistance, rehabilitation. I'm pretty sure that rehabilitation and assistance could go for mobile homes. We'll go back and confirm. We've had Cal Home, State Home, other funding sources that we've not been able to use because the guidelines were stale. And so tonight was a big step forward helping us do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of changing that policy and including administrative services. I think it's clear that, you know, staff is spending time on affordable housing projects and housing projects throughout the city, and without really funding those administrative services, it's only a disservice, and it really will cut into not only their fund balance as development services, but the general fund. So I'm in support of the general fund reserve policy analysis, as well as what the policy analysis would be for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I respect the attention you want to give to Trust 115 and not draw that down completely. I want to give that same attention to the General Fund Reserve. It's a much bigger number when you hit another 5% there. Is that that 35% number, is that a generally accepted accounting policy? Is that something that's governed by charter cities?
So the way that we figured that number was based on our city's revenues and how we get them. And that is one of the higher recommended numbers for us. And the reason that it is because of sales tax. Our general fund, the resource of sales tax is it's the highest revenue that we get. And because there's such volatility potentially in that source, they recommend anywhere between a 30 to 35% set aside in case you have a downturn or your sales tax plummets like it has in the past.
So if we went to 30%, which would be 25 and 5, we'd still be within that guideline?
Mm-hmm.
I would be in favor of that.
Okay. All right. Craig, turning to you, what's, if we, council policy, is council policy probably from 2019-20, I think, Venus? If I'm not mistaken.
On the general fund reserve?
Yeah, we increased the reserve.
So originally it
Mike
came
Harris was
to you
alive.
as a revenue stabilization fund was
Yes.
initially how it was created. And then eventually we transitioned it to a general fund reserve policy.
Correct. There are a number of different funds, and then it got simplified into this.
Yes.
Got it. In terms of changing the policy, Craig, what sort of direction could we give tonight, and when, what would be the mechanics of doing so?
So Mayor, Council, tonight we are setting direction for staff to come back for the final public hearing on the budget. And that can include the reserve policy. The official change of the policy would put the policy on the agenda, discuss the policy, and have a motion and an item to change it. So we can continue with direction for tonight, and then staff would bring that back for an official vote on the policy at the next meeting.
All right, taking these items one by one. First, and again, not committing us to anything because we can't take action tonight. Direction to explore reducing the 30 or 35% to 25, or plus the 5% contingency. Is there, if we address that, Scott, would there be, and Venus, would you like a motion or just direction? Okay. Direction or motion? Motion? Okay. Is there a, Councilmember Smith, I see you had a new comment. Does that pertains to this or something different?
Sorry. Just to echo your point, but I'll just try to help the conversation. Maybe we give staff direction to come back with, if there were to be an adjustment from Affordable Housing Fund, which I'll come back to, Trust 115 and General Fund Reserve, maybe some scenarios to help pre-qualify the discussion. Like for every 1% we don't put into the General Fund Reserve, how much money does that free up? Yeah, I would like to know where Venus's green, yellow, and red zones are in terms of withdrawals from 115.
I think with the 115 too being essentially a pension fund, the more we draw it down, then the less
investment revenue draws.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So the bigger it is, the more it helps us because then we have more investment revenue.
Or in a bad market, the more it hurts us.
Or,
you know, but it's dollars in the future, not dollars today.
Yes.
Right. Anyway, I don't want to jump in, but just real quick, I tend to agree that it's only fair that the Affordable Housing Fund pay for staff time to drive forward these affordable housing projects. I would be concerned if we're using the Affordable Housing Fund to pay for staff time on market rate projects. I don't know if you can separate it, but I might lose support for drawing from that fund if we were paying for staff to work on market rate development.
Okay, seeing quick, swift nods from our city manager on that. Okay, one by one. First, exploration of the reduction of the general fund reserve policy. Is there a motion on that?
Motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
First, all 7 elected officials in favor of spending more money. Blank. All right, housing. Did I think Councilmember DuPont, Zhang, and Smith, you'd express opinion on this? Is there further discussion or a motion with respect to this? Councilmember Zhang.
Yeah, just want to reiterate, I disagree with spending affordable housing fund for administration, for development services. I think that we need to reevaluate how we spend general fund dollars and account for administrative costs in there, rather than going around the policies that we set to add this in as a way to utilize that money. So I disagree with using it.
Okay, Councilmember DuPont.
Yeah, I will take this opportunity to say that I think we should use the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for administrative services. I'll take Councilmember Smith's point as well. If we can separate it to purely affordable housing projects. And so I will make that motion of changing the policy for Affordable Housing Trust Fund for administrative services for affordable housing projects.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Just briefly, I tend to agree. I think it's only fair. These are our general fund dollars. Housing, and these housing projects, we've been incredibly successful and very aggressive over the last few years with affordable housing, and we're going to start seeing a lot of units, hundreds and hundreds of units coming online in the next few years. But these projects are only viable, only successful, and only make sense when we leverage our local dollars to attract significant state and federal grants, which we've done. And that requires staff time, and that's a big part of this. All right, Councilmember Zhang. Okay, is there a second to Councilmember DuPont's motion?
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Danda? If you could vote. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, Councilmember Smith brought up the zookeeper, making big investments into the zoo. But the zoo's obviously a significant expense. Any additional thoughts about, Venus says those 86,000?
86,000. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Currently paid for, that was the grant from a few years ago, that was a 50-50?
There was a contribution that was being given, $40,000 a year, so half of it was being paid by the contribution, and that contribution ended last fiscal year, I think.
Okay. Now, and the half we pay, the 40 or so thousand, that came out of the general fund?
So the way that Parks and Rec is, they have one fund, and then they get money from Measure Y, they get money from general fund, right? And then from their program revenues. So I guess you could say it's general fund, but.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay, Councilmember DuPont.
I mean, I guess my point would be there's some program impacts that are happening to Parks and Community Services And I don't know if the zookeeper is the top priority or if there's other program impacts that's the top priority. I think it would be beneficial for Parks and Community Services Director to weigh in on that point.
Okay, fair point. Councilmember Smith? Appears to be only.
No, thank you. I mean, just to reiterate, so if we're looking cash flow positive over budget, I think we can pretty easily restart a parks program, but it's going to be harder to find somebody who's a trained biologist to come to Merced and be a zookeeper. So I'm more interested in keeping somebody with advanced skills and training on our team I mean, I don't know this, I'm guessing, but potentially we could lose this person. So I think that makes it a priority over these other very worthy things that we're talking about.
And there's proposed cuts or belt tightening with Parks and Community Services, but is this the only position that was proposed to be eliminated?
The only full-time position, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We found this last summer that a lot of our traditional programs, the need for them has been taken up by other providers. And so I know that Chris Jensen couldn't make it tonight, but we really kind of found that the numbers were dwindling. There were other sources out there that are doing the same or better services than we could. And so there was a very thoughtful process into what would be reduced or eliminated when we did the budget. I remember we started at 4.2 million. So they had directions to cut what they could, they didn't deem as essential and necessary. And that's how I came up with this list. So it's been vetted by your director already. And if you're here tonight, I'd be saying the same thing, which is there's other providers in those areas. Services are provided elsewhere so we can pivot and do other things.
Okay. Additional comments? All right. I'm comfortable leading the zookeeper in. I think, especially with our zoo improvements coming, it's important to have a strong start for the zoo once it's remodeled. And if we change the general fund reserve policy, then that certainly frees up some revenue for that and for the public safety positions. All right, additional questions, comments, thoughts? Is there a motion?
I could make a motion to, pending funds being available above and beyond closing the deficit, to retain the full-time zookeeper position.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda? Time for a vote, yes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
All right. Art and community funding. Bit of discussion. With respect to art, additional discussion or a motion as to how much to fund from art. And again, noted over the past few years, probably started this, I think, when did we start, Sarah? In 21, I think, funding $100,000 a year. Currently 92,000 in carryover. Significant amount of that already allocated to projects and 27.5 unallocated. And we've seen that a little bit in the past too with carryovers when not all the money is spent. All right, additional discussion on this, on art. See it, looks like you're trying to press the button, but it's not coming up on the screen. There it goes, Councilmember Harris.
I would move that we allocate 75,000 with the 27.5 unallocated. That brings it back up to the historical 100,000 level.
Okay. Any thoughts on that number, 75,000? Thoughts that good number, should be less? Councilmember DuPont, more?
Yeah, I guess one of the questions is why the large carryover from previous years?
I think one point was the Heartland grant that Mr. Dennis he's back referenced. That was a significant grant, and that was a $1.5 million overall grant. So that took a lot of that sucked up all the oxygen for a while, so to speak. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. And then just getting projects out the door, just like anything else. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for City Manager. Are there any grants or projects that you're aware of with the state that we might be able to implement in the next year or so as well when it pertains to arts?
Yes. In fact, I think we mentioned it today in our one-on-one meeting that we've been talking about formation of an arts district, and it looks like there was a recent update that there will potentially be funding for up to 10 more in the state. And so it's art and cultural districts. And so I think that's something that we should very, very seriously consider. We can obviously form it locally and you can invest whatever you want, or we can do some things there, but we should take advantage of this program being reopened for sure.
All right. There's a motion for 75.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second. Any thoughts on additional discussion on that number? Okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
All right.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Community funding. As noted, historically in the 28 to 50,000 range. Is there any discussion on this or a motion? Councilor Dupont.
Yeah, again, what are some of the programs that we've used for community funding in the past?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, so there's a.
I'm going to see if Ms. Knuster can help on this one. She's been our lead person on community funding allocations. I have some ideas, but I don't want to say anything incorrectly. I often get these confused with our public service programs under the block grant. It's a lot of similarities.
Typically, grants in the 3,000 to 10,000 range. We'll fund 6 to 10 a year, maybe.
Yeah, it's varied between 3,000 and 10,000 per nonprofit. We've done the Merced Youth Soccer Association. We've done the Isaiah Project with California Assemblies of God. We've done the Mercado.
TNR last year.
Yeah, we did Merced TNR this year, Merced Symphony this year. Trying to think, I'm trying to keep them straight from ARPA. Yeah, the Nut Festival has been one. They usually typically get 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thoughts on this? Councilor Smith.
So it's possible we're running out of steam, but the fact that nobody has any specific memories of projects could be a tell. I also feel like this category of our philanthropic dollars has been the hardest one to administer, with grants not always being filled out completely and appropriately. I would be fine holding this in abeyance to discuss the next time to see what kind of funds can be freed up by the other measures we were talking about. But I'd like to hear your thoughts as well.
All right, Councilor Dupont.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, we're going to talk about goals and priorities later, and I know this is community funding, so there's some type of impact that's supposed to happen to the community. But goals and priorities, we're going to talk, at least I will talk a lot about outcomes and what kind of outcomes can we receive, right? And I think there, especially in this type of budget year, there's some things that we we want to fund and some things that we don't want to fund or can't fund. And I think we can't fund every event that's going on in town just to be a partner in the event and a community partner. So, as of right now, I'm not in support of funding community funding at this point, but to Councilmember Smith's point, if we come back and we take a look at the general reserve fund policy change and Trust 115, we can have a further discussion.
Additional thoughts? If anybody, I think there's certainly, if we get good applicants and we allocate it right, I think there's value here, but I'd support something in the 30 range if anybody is interested. If not, we'll move on. All right.
I would support the $30,000 range, not the $30 range.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'm fine bringing this back, and if we have a list of those that we have provided funding for the previous years, I would be okay with that as well.
Okay. All right, additional comments or a motion? All right, hearing some support for something in the 30 range, some support for no allocation. So Councilmember, go ahead, Councilmember Jean.
I'll motion $30,000 for community funding.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zhang and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont and Smith voting no.
All right, anything else? There was the fitness play equipment. I know that was mentioned at some point. I don't know if we want to have a discussion on that or leave it, or is there anything else that we haven't discussed?
Need to get direction on our firefighters and cops positions.
We did that already.
Did we do that?
Yeah.
A motion?
Yeah.
Where was I?
You're voting yes. You're voting to fund them all.
Good, I'm glad.
All right, Councilor Smith.
I think maybe our time on this item is done, but do we need to get direction on how to program the Measure Y discretionary dollars? Or is that already baked in?
Well, we already have programming in there, unless there was something else you wanted to fund it. I can't remember where the balance is on that.
No, I don't necessarily have any comments, just trying to help the mayor figure out if there's anything else we have to talk about.
Okay. Got a chuckle out of Supervisor.
Yeah, I mean, the departments pretty much request items in those budgets, and so those are in here. And then there's just a little bit of balance left, so if there was something, I'm not sure how much more we can fund with what's left. And because of Measure Y just continuously declining, I'm not sure we want to bring that to zero either.
That's a good point. Was there anything on the roads funding, your slide 26?
So that would be if you wanted to have the discussion about how to allocate the projects, if you wanted to allocate the projects to be determined funding or the unappropriated funding available in Measure C. That's a discussion the council could have.
All right. I think.
You mean the quarter mile of arterial we could fund with $500,000?
Yes. Here comes Scott with his.
Jumped in just to make that joke.
Sorry about the spreadsheet. I'm going to apologize in advance. This is way too big to get on the slide, but I did share this information with you earlier today. This is all your current sidewalk and road projects. So the top ones, I believe, are CMAC. You've got some in the middle that I think are Measure V regional, and the lower section is just different projects from different funding sources. Venus mentioned it earlier, one of the reasons why we like to have projects to be determined is just that as we get into design, as we get into construction, we run into things we just don't expect. We clearly have had a large amount of activity related to ARPA we've had to push through. I think once these are 6-month, like coming due by the end of the year projects that we will be done with. We can start to re-engage about priorities of what you have on the list and go back and kind of work through the gaps. Question came up earlier today. I know it was emailed to you perhaps by Eric Serrato and some other ones that's come up in the community about quiet zones. About 960 set aside for quiet zones. That probably isn't enough, but I couldn't give you a number right now. So this is the current list of what we have. There's obviously more we could add to the list, but if you want to provide some direction on any new projects or things you'd like to have the funding go towards, we can definitely talk about that. Another thing is we can continue to work through the transportation subcommittee, kind of go through these and look at our gaps as we get closer into design to bring it forward for council discussion and possible action.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Councilor Smith, anything else?
Other than the fact the text on this slide is too small for me to read, I would be in favor of leaving it unprogrammed for today and putting it into the subcommittee for discussion.
Yes, okay. Councilor DuPont.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I do think that we need to take a hard look at, you know, what phases of design, you know, what are the gaps we need to fill and shortfalls in some of these projects. And I'm, you know, gonna ask my colleagues this year to show a little council restraint in bringing projects forward, new projects forward. Not saying that always happens, you know, I have the same issue. However, we have a lot of projects on the books, so trying to work on those shortfalls and get projects done and fast past the finish line, I think that should be our priority this year, is take a hard look of, you know, the Collins Drive rehab, the quiet zones. Councils of previous and past have discussed it and tried to earmark money to it. So we really got to focus on some of these projects.
Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, the unappropriated Measure C roads money, could that be used for additional red light cameras?
So Measure C requirement is just for roads. I guess it depends on how that's determined to be used. If it's only for projects, if a red light camera could be an option, maybe that's a city attorney determination. We'd have to look at that.
And regardless, I still agree with bringing it back to the subcommittee for discussions.
Okay.
But that would be an item maybe we could get a reading on.
All right. Anything else? Councilor Jean.
On the slide before this one, I brought it up before, but with regards to the $1.2 million for McKee, I'm not fond of that. I think we could utilize this money to complete some of the current projects that we currently have going on that has shortfalls. As I mentioned before, R Street from, I think, I have it written down.
16th, 18th, and Olive.
Yes, exactly. They're short $1.2 million pretty much on each of them. And so I think this is good money where we could complete projects rather than starting something new and then putting those current projects on hold.
I think that's a good point, but the R Street projects aren't totally designed yet, and the county wants to get going on McKee, and if we jump in with them, we get a project done this year, and it's at a good price, and McKee is certainly in need. All right, Councilor, anything else? Councilor Zhang, anything else? All right, Councilor DuPont.
that was kind of similar to my point. Asked a question to Scott is, what's the benefit of doing this project together with the county at this time?
Very big benefit.
Thank you. Obviously, they're taking the lead on design, contracting, so that's a lot of overhead you don't have to deal with. A lot of additional costs that we would normally incur that's going to go directly into the project. And unfortunately, McKee Road is a section, I'm thinking specifically from Bear Creek to Olive, where you have like 3 different sections between city and county. It's pretty hard to explain to everyone driving, why you have something that looks like a Beetlejuice costume with different colors, different types of paving. It's just very difficult. We could do it all day long, but you're going to get all the calls, so it's going to be hard for you to explain that.
Okay, Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I mean, it's a fair point from the standpoint at the McKee Road rehab project. Seems like it's jumping in line, but as the city manager and the mayor said, I mean, this is an opportunity to collaborate with the county. I think they're actually paying for most of the cost. This road is awful. Like, it's even more awful than other roads that people have complained about.
It's a high standard.
Part of it is that, this is a stretch that's sort of one of the unintentional routes to UC Merced from 99. And so this is bringing a lot of cars in through D4 into D6, and it just wasn't built for that amount of traffic. So we have an opportunity to repair miles of roads at basically a discount to the city. So I think the timing makes it worthwhile as a project.
Yep. Big need. Our street's certainly a big need too. But
Mayor, thank you. And I know Rick had left the meeting, but this proposed project for McKee and working with the county would be from Olive Avenue South. So obviously one of the sections we're not touching with this, that just kind of shows you the dollars and how little they go, how short they go. It would be the next section, which is all city, I believe, which is Olive Avenue to Yosemite. Like, that's something that would need to be done as a separate project, something we could add to the list. But this is taking care of everything south of Olive Avenue.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. I think that is it, Venus.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have, everything's clear? Okay. Clear as the water of Bear Creek. All right. All right. So we'll take a short break and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Do we want to move to continue the public hearing till the June 16th meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
So moved.
Sorry, forgot about that part. Yeah, so if you can continue the meeting to the next council meeting, continue the public hearing.
Yes. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Moved already.
Harris just did it.
Oh,
Harris moved. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
All right, back in 5 minutes to talk about maintenance.
Mr. Deanda, if you can vote.
Somebody got to vote.
I need Harris and Smith. Councilmember Harris?
All right, good.
Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Deanda voting no.
highlights, to each one of you earlier. Probably can see better the areas in all 39 districts. It's all over the city. We have these many districts. Some of the budget highlights that are on the engineer's report for some of the districts. The engineer's report was based or made with CPI adjustment of 2.5%. One of the bigger projects is on Ference Park. We're proposing $100,000 for eucalyptus tree maintenance in that district. We have some districts that will only be getting biweekly service, and this is due to some budget limitations. And we have a breakdown. Oakmont Tree, Village Landing, we'll have monthly service. Norwood Village, it will really go down to quarterly service. This is a high visibility area along G Street. But again, due to limited budget, we'll have to just service every 3 months. Budget highlights of some of the projects for the following fiscal year. This district, Silverado, we're Sunset West, Sequoia Hill, Vista del Sol. We're planning to do some sidewalk and curb and gutter repairs, and also doing some tree work, whether it's trimming trees or removing trees that are causing damage to the sidewalks or curb and gutters. Another continuing project is that safe street lights, and again, this is just a carryover of the work that is currently under being performed by a contractor. This is a snapshot of our budget summaries, and we list all 39 maintenance districts with the proposed assessment, the expense, and the fund balance used for each one of them. I know it's a lot of numbers and maybe not very clear to each of you, but it is a breakdown of the 39 maintenance districts. And we also, we want to discuss or, show you the districts, the 12 districts that are very stressed, and some are, have gone to biweekly, some monthly, some quarterly, or some are on as needed and as the budget allows. The landscape of some of the districts, some of these areas has probably already died, and some other areas like Quail Creek or Oakmont, there's still a lot of shrubbery. We've been making reductions. Staff has been very creative, trying to come up with different alternatives to extend the budget as much as possible. But obviously, we can only do that for so long, and then there's going to be areas where landscape will die or will be very stressed, because as the water, the irrigation services has probably been turned off or will be turned off. The public hearing will be set for June 16th, and adopting the resolution, the engineer's report. And, is there any questions?
All right. Any questions? We'll come back again on June 16th for action. Okay. I had one question. You mentioned in the Merced Auto Center area, there's a conversion to xeriscape style landscaping, low maintenance, low water landscaping as a way to address budget issues as well. Is there an option in some of these other districts to do kind of low maintenance, low water conversions that will allow us to do better with budget going forward?
Yes, there is, and even to make those changes or start moving to a more of a drought tolerant, xeriscape, we still need, some type of budget to get us there, right? Whether it's adding more mulch, whether it's adding more different type of shrubberies or plants there, and also the regular maintenance to have a contractor go to the areas. Even going to xeriscape, you still need to do some type of maintenance, right? Whether it's spraying during the winter months to keep the weeds at bay. But it is, one way that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's smart. We get, and we're on a lot of those emails too, where folks are, they're complaining about the certain landscaping areas in town, and obviously how budgets are very tight. But yeah, if there's some stuff we can do, like you're doing with the Merced Auto Center area, to create, more low maintenance, low budget landscaping that still looks good, that could allow us to, have an attractive landscape, but also, fit within the budget. I think that's important. That's a really good initiative.
Yes.
Additional questions, comments? Councilmember Jean.
A question regarding the information. I know you mentioned there's a schedule for service in terms of monthly, quarterly. Is that schedule provided on the new website where residents could go online and just see when they should be expecting maintenance around their area?
I don't think it is, but we can look into that and make it available.
Awesome. I think that would be helpful, especially when when we get calls from residents where they're questioning what's going on with their landscaping. And so they could just go online and see that schedule of when they should be expecting services.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jean. Okay, anybody else? Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Waiting from us tonight, no action, just return on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it does say adopt a motion seeking public input as the part of the recommendation for this
Yes.
item.
Okay, so we need a motion seeking public input without taking action until the public hearing is closed on June the 16th. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I understood the motion is also continuing the public hearing until the 16th.
I think we're not set for a public hearing tonight, so I don't know what the.
This is for a public meeting tonight, and then the public hearing will be on June 16th.
Okay,
All right, no, I'll withdraw.
good enough.
Okay, agenda item H2, authorization of use of South Merced funding from general fund of $350,000 and economic development opportunity funding of $154,291 towards the completion of Stephen Leonard Youth Center up to an amount not to exceed $504,291, transferring to and appropriating within Fund 5,000 Parks and Community Services Capital Improvement Project.
All right, good evening, Joe.
Good evening, members of the council. We are actually hoping we have the PowerPoint. If not, I will do the best I can to explain the project. So we'll go ahead and get started. So tonight we're talking about Stephen Leonard Youth Center, where we're at today and where we would like to be to complete the project. So the Stephen Leonard serves as a community center for South Merced and offers services through Parks and Community Services, the Boys and Girls Club, and additional youth service organization. It resides in Stephen Leonard Park and is home to one of the biggest splash pads, a skate park, and a playground equipment. Let me see. Can I? Let me see if I have it. It would be so much easier if I.
Mayor, while we're working with the technical piece, we're going to try to pull the presentation up on your admin report to walk through with the PDF. I want to just make a couple of comments, and we'll turn it back over to Joe. We had a meeting with our South Merced subcommittee some time ago, walk through the site, kind of to look at it. This is a facility that really needs renovation and it needs care. This facility was burnt. It had extreme water damage. It's been heavily vandalized. Not usable in the current state, even with the insurance claim and adjustment we've done, leaving a lot to be desired for creating new opportunities to serve the community. We've been very diligent to try to bring something to you that I think South Merced and all of Merced would be proud for. I know we often hear that we're not making investments in this area, and this is an opportunity to really make a strong commitment, a strong statement. So I'll turn back over to Joe. I think we got to load it up. But I just want to acknowledge and thank the subcommittee members that went out there. I also want to thank Joe, engineering staff, as well as Chris, who couldn't be here tonight. Chris Jensen couldn't be here, but they put a lot of effort to bring this forward.
Thank you, City Manager McBride. So moving forward with it, this is a presentation for the Stephen Leonard Youth Park Center. Tonight, we're going to talk about where we're at and what we need to do to complete the project. My things are all messed up. Let's see. So the Stephen Leonard is a community center in South Merced serving services offered by Parks and Community Service, the Boys and Girls Club, and several additional youth programs. It resides in Stephen Leonard Park, and it also has the biggest splash pad, small skate park, and a community playground and restroom. It also, excuse me, okay. It also provided a area where the youth could congregate and have a safe place for them to be. As you can see, there's a pool tables and some areas for kids to hang out and be themselves. In early 2022, unfortunately, the building caught fire. The fire started in the roof and moved quickly to the attic and ventilation, and the building became unusable. The city spent several months mitigating the damages and ongoing negotiations with the insurance adjuster to develop the construction documents. Unfortunately, there was a lot of damage that was done with vandalism during that time. And in fall 2024, the council awarded the contract to DD Construction and the restoration began. The contracts for the project consisted of 3 different categories. The fire damage, which was covered all by insurance. The code upgrades was covered mostly by the insurance, and vandalism, which we're still working with the insurance company to get some of those funds for the vandalism. In January 2025, the work began to complete the roofs, fire sprinklers, and ventilation. With that, there was an exterior roof, metal roof that was installed, which would add life to the building. And during the installation of the fire sprinklers, which was in the soffits, we discovered a bunch of dry rots and unsuitable material to structurally hold up the fire sprinkler system. So that was something that needed to be replaced immediately prior to moving forward. It was a critical path, and these are unforeseen circumstances. Here we have a picture of the soffit. I'm sorry, this would be the soffit of the building, which we actually put when we did the building, the roof was a metal roof. We extended it down to the fascia. I'm sorry, this is a fascia. We were extended to the fascia. This fascia was part of the ARPA projects, and it was paid through ARPA funds. Here you have a large conference room and the large activity room. So in February, we started to began work on the electrical and the ADA compliance and modification in the paint. We also started exterior work, including the park renovations and installing some windows. The park renovation, we actually used ARPA funds to construct and to remodel, which was a good thing. So we're going to prioritize some additional upgrades. This includes adding safety, security, and value to Stephen Leonard. Going through the project, we looked at the flooring. The flooring was a huge issue because when the contractor went in and they did some grinding of the floors, we determined that the floors were unlevel. There was additional sheets of paints and epoxy, which made the flooring unusable. The contractor went in and tried to level it, but we need additional work. And to do a flooring upgrade, we're looking at about $7,000, and that'll add a commercial coating across the entire building. We also need additional ADA parking. Unfortunately, this site has none, so there's nowhere for someone who's got a disability to park around the park and actually access the park. This will actually give us 2 additional parking spots on street is that? 7th Street, along 7th Street and next to the building. This one is the front entry foyer. Currently, there's multiple entrances into the building. This is what enhanced the front entrance of the building. So basically what we do on the top left corner is the existing, and then the top right is we would add an additional or add a exterior door, double door, and that would be the main entrance into the building. With the main entrance to the building, it divides the building into 3 sections. We have the conference room, we've got a large room, and then a smaller room. This is basically acts as the main portion of the building. What's on the bottom, we would also add a wall to where there's wrought iron fences, and we would seal that whole building, that portion up, and then that would be the front entrance of the building. And a huge upgrade that we need to do, currently the building does not have security cameras, and so we would need to add security cameras. With that, we would need to add the internet, because there's not enough internet service to support the security cameras. So that's additional cost of $46,000. The building currently has a kitchen. The kitchen is substandard. There's no storage. The countertops need to be replaced. We've talked to the contractor. We think we could put in some countertops and kitchen cabinets for about $40,000. Also, as part of the security of the building, we have these sliding barn doors. They are dilapidated. They don't work very well. We've talked to the contractor and how can we secure the building and actually make it nice. So we looked at these security screens. For us to do all the windows in the entire building with security screens, we're looking at about $40,000 as an upgrade. So with all those upgrades we just discussed, we're looking at about $350,000. This would include $20,000 for North Star Engineering, the $7,000 for the flooring, $45,000 for ADA parking, $100,000 for the front entrance, and $100,000 for the front entrance, $45,000 for the camera and internet, and then the kitchen cabinets and countertops are additional $40,000. The security window treatments to replace the barn doors are about another additional $40,000, with $350,000 of that coming from the general fund allocation for South Merced investment. The potential for additional upgrades that we would like council to consider is the graffiti coating, the center room divider, the upgrade to the park lights, the Sternbergs, converting a storage room into an office space. Currently, there's only one, and that would be a total of an additional $154,000, and that would be available from the Economic Development Fund. The graffiti coating in the exterior building we feel is needed with the amount of graffiti that we have in the area. This would definitely help with the graffiti abatement and the cleanups. We're looking at about $6,700. The open space dividers, that would divide the larger room and the smaller room. So we would actually have, if we needed, we could have 3 separate rooms in the building with that center divider if needed be. It would add additional opportunities for renters and for any of the tenants. Park lighting would replace the old dysfunctional lights throughout the park with new lighting that would be replacing the electrical and any lights that are not usable at this point. So this would be a converting the storage room. Currently, the building has 2 storage rooms, a larger storage room and then a smaller. This would convert the larger storage room into an office building. And that would make the building have 2 office buildings. Currently has 1, and the cost is about $37,000. And any questions? Sorry. I got. Thank you.
All right, questions? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cardozo, for the presentation. You mentioned economic development. What's the thought on what the building is used for if it's fully built out as presented here?
That would be a Parks and Recs question or a city manager question.
Okay, that's fair. Although I see Mr. Quintero going to the podium.
We'll let Frank talk about the use of the funds that have been suggested, but right now you have very little utility in this building. So by adding the entryway enhancements, gives you a foyer for kind of inviting people into the facility. There's an existing conference room that could be used for activities, and then the 2 main rooms. The divider would really create the space for the 2. This is a building that could be used for community education. It could be used for ratepayers for events. You could host conferences or smaller events there. The one drawback is there's no on-site parking. It's all street parking. We're really trying to do everything to make the site safe, secure, inviting, and usable. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Frank. He'll talk a little bit about the funding source.
One of the attachments to the report includes a resolution indicating the uses for the Economic Development Opportunity Fund. It does include, towards the end, using it for facilities. That includes rehabilitation of some facilities. In this case, we've already spoken to 3 organizations who have expressed interest of either providing extended education, as Merced College and UC Merced have talked to us about, and job training services, as was discussed by Mr. Serrato from the Department of Workforce Investment Services. So there is some economic development viability related to this project because they see that it would be a great area to bring their services to after it's used by youth during the day.
Let me just follow up on that. I wish Mr. Jensen was here. He could answer this question. I mean, I don't know that I agree. I read the Economic Development Fund policy. You know, I would agree that a use of the funds is to fully utilize existing real estate. But I mean, the purpose that has to be achieved is pretty high. The funding is supposed to, quote, support extraordinary economic development opportunities that create and retain, not or, and, create and retain employment as well as create significant capital investments. So I think it's speculative to say that we might get a tenant that will do job training services, and even then, I'm struggling to connect the dots, not for the $350,000 from the South Merced Fund, but the $150,000 from economic development. But I mean, what am I missing?
If you were to apply that to a program, you would probably be providing job training services, and this is just a guesstimate off the top of my head. If you were doing OJT type of services, you're looking at about 10 to 20 people you would be providing job training services, let's say, to a new company. In this case, again, just the outlines of the programs we were talked about, it would be something that'd be rotating, targeting youth. Similar to what we did with the job training program with the ARPA funds, that's what we would see would be happening, not a continuation of, but providing that type of service. And it would be more than just the 15 to 20 that you would be targeting under an OJT program.
But we couldn't do that without the center divider, the new office space, the lighting out in the park, and the graffiti.
As a multi-use facility, you may be having one type of training in one room and some other training in the other, and it may not be the same. It could be two different organizations. So you need to use it as a conference space as well as a youth center.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you. Looking at some of the considerations, one of them was the graffiti coating on the exterior paint. You know, one idea, instead of doing the $6,000 for the graffiti coating, is to use some of that $75,000 we just talked about from the art fund to do a mural of some sort or something on the outside to, like we heard tonight, deter some of that type of activity. So could be some cost savings in that aspect, not grand cost savings, but anything is helpful. So I think that would be an idea, instead of using the money for the graffiti coating, is using the money from the art fund we just discussed.
Just by way of process, this went through the South Merced subcommittee, and this was does the subcommittee have a recommendation?
Yeah, so I'm on the South Merced subcommittee. Me and Ronnie went out to Stephen Leonard Park, did a tour of it. You know, the divider is, I think, really important because, like Deputy City Manager Frank Quintero said, it allows for the space to be utilized at the same time by multiple people. You know, we discussed that, as well as we discussed, if we go back, kind of the exterior portion, the front entry foyer. I mean, it's kind of a wasted space right now. There's nothing it's not usable. So allowing that to be a usable space and really increasing the square footage of the youth center is important. It allows for better flexibility. And then I had brought up as well as instead of the barn doors, which are dilapidated and some of them were beyond repair, was to use, again, art type of work that we've discussed kind of General Vang Pao Park. We've discussed similar things in the sense of using metal artwork. So the idea was to use metal artwork on the windows to not only protect the windows, but add another art feature to the building. And I will stop there. Ronnie, if you have anything to add, please.
All right. Was just the two of you on this, or was there another council member? Okay. Is it the recommendation of the subcommittee to fund, to do all these, to make all these expenditures? Or is there, is it kind of just presented to us under various options?
I would say the ones that are presented under the South Merced portion were the ones that we decided. I would also include the open space room dividers was one that we had discussed and wanted to do. As to the others, converting storage room to office, park lighting, and the graffiti coating, I think those are things that we can discuss further that we didn't provide direction on or recommendation on.
Okay. City Manager Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We knew we had a budget going into this, and so we tried to get everything we thought was essential under the budget, but we didn't want to be constrained on the dollars. We basically wanted to put everything together in a comprehensive item for you to consider, because we don't only have one chance to get this right. Councilmember mentioned about the entryway, just as an example, this foyer. I mean, I think when we all went there the day, we all agreed that no one wants to use a facility that looks like a jail cell. And that's putting it lightly. So with due respect to the subcommittee, we did go through a lot of different items.
Place where Captain Damned, you don't want to go to a place where these guys are.
No, you don't. You don't want to go there. So that's how it came about it. We knew we had so much funding in one area. We didn't know at the time what that would cover. And so rather than be constrained on just that, we wanted to give you the full range of options for you to make a final decision.
Mayor, if I can just make one small comment. City Manager, I apologize. I didn't know this was on here. We currently have a contract with graffiti abatement. You know, the graffiti abatement reports directly to the police department and Captain Dabney, and we had a side conversation. Before we move forward with the graffiti coding, can you give me an opportunity to meet with Chris Jensen and Joe offline and see what our graffiti abatement contractor can help us with? He sprays a lot of graffiti coating on a lot of things around town for us already. I just would like to have that conversation with our current contracted graffiti abatement employee and see what we can do it for ourselves. This may be a non-issue. It may just need us to buy some paint, but I know I'm coming in at the 11th hour, but if I could be afforded the opportunity to meet with the three of us offline and maybe come back to you with a resolution for the graffiti portion of this, and everything else can be considered, and maybe I can have a better solution after that conversation.
Okay. All right. Councilor Zhang, your thoughts on this, being also on the subcommittee?
I agree with the restoration. I agree with the upgrades. I think it's much needed. It will bring this building back to life. I agree with Councilmember DuPont in saying that we should add art murals around the building. It'll help deter graffiti. What I'm not fond of is the funding source. I'm not very fond of utilizing South Merced funds without community engagement. And so I know that's been one of the main pushing point that they've talked about, is that they want us to engage them. So I think they would be supportive, but I think that's where we kind of fell short, where we did not engage the community with discussion around repairing and upgrading this building.
All right. So see, essentially I see before is a request to make this building, to upgrade it, make it really nice. And just what would be the, Councilmember Smith, the economic development push, but if we, in upgrading this, what other organizations, I know there's potentially thought that this could be a temporary spot, you know, if for the Boys and Girls Club, or if there's other, you know, relocations triggered by high-speed rail, you know, it could be a thought. But, you know, in terms of if we upgrade it, what more can we expect from this building?
Boy, you guys really need Chris here tonight, don't you?
Yeah, I was about to say that's a Chris question, I think.
Well, I think Frank mentioned it.
Frank mentioned a lot.
We've had multiple local groups talk to us about running training education programs out of this facility. And obviously what scared them away was it's not completed and we don't know when it's going to be done. We can get you a timeline now. If we can get a contract to finish up the work, we can get this delivered. And Mary, you did mention it. I mean, this could be a good option for the seniors, for the Boys and Girls Clubs. If there is a situation where we've got a temporary period where we've got a facility that's being removed, it just gives you a lot more utility. This is a facility right now that's generating zero revenue for the city. We think by making the upgrades in the building and having the kitchen and good space, that this could be a premier location for events to be rented out. You could host your own conferences there. I know we've talked about hosting job fairs. We've talked about economic development activity. Not everything needs to be hosted in downtown. There's other great communities in the city. You can start to highlight those by using this facility. So, look, it is somewhat of a leap of faith, but what you have today is not suitable for the neighborhood, and it's depressing, and you have an opportunity to set it right. We weren't here to kind of force you into decision-making. We wanted to give you all the options to consider. And I hope that you take that under consideration.
All right. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I mean, you've got me on, we need to finish building out the building so it can be used, and the South Merced funding at $350,000 does that. I'm still not closing the loop on taking money away from economic development, which is for economic development. If the idea was we know that we're building a job training center in South Merced, I might feel differently. And also our history of being a landlord is we run these buildings at a loss. I'm not saying we need to make a profit, that's not the point, but we're always in the red significantly with our properties. So I don't think it meets the criteria for the fund. We also got a letter from Ms. Rivera, who was making the same point that this money should be developing the economy in South Merced. So, I mean, I'm just talking about me. I would be comfortable giving the green light for the 350 and giving staff a chance to take another swing on the second piece, which I see as a value add, and the project still goes forward to completion, quite frankly.
Thank you, sir. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you. You know, I don't want to pigeonhole ourselves either of saying, you know, this is a replacement for Boys and Girls Club or the Senior Center, because in my opinion, the state needs to replace some buildings. But it allows for an opportunity of other organizations to provide resources in South Merced where, I mean, a lot of times when we are hearing things from the community, it's we want more resources in South Merced. This is an opportunity to upgrade and bring a facility to its highest point of use from previous years and actually utilize a resource that we haven't been utilizing and actually provide more opportunity for those in South Merced. So I would agree with Councilmember Smith in the 154. The language is quite tenuous. So trying to figure out how we can use the 154 would be helpful. But as to the 350, you know, I have support in investing in South Merced and investing in this particular way so that we can provide more resources.
Councilor Smith.
Just a follow-up question, probably for Joe. Just give it a chance. Maybe I missed it, or maybe this isn't part of this build, but I mean, what's the broadband and Wi-Fi capability of the building? Is that going to be an additional expense at some point in the future?
So currently, there is none. There was a Wi-Fi connection from the building to the Public Works Department, and it was just, but it was very insufficient. It will not run cameras. It just doesn't have the broadband capability. Unfortunately, I don't know what that broadband capability is, but we do have options of, we have RACE that is coming in. We do have options for internet providers, so we can look at those internet providers. We still need cameras. A big expense is the security cameras. If we can provide direction, or at least funding for the cameras, then we can work on the funding for the additional internet services, so we can work with those.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me if we're going to bring in some of the tenants I just heard, the absence of Wi-Fi and internet capability would seem to be an issue. So, I mean, I think I don't want to be Debbie Downer here. I think it's a great project until I get to the economic development spend, and I just feel like maybe we need to just take her on the block again and put some murals on the outside of the malls.
Joe, can you go back to the slide where it shows the additional items beyond the 350? Okay. So, Councilmember, to answer your question, we have worked hand in hand with IT to get you the appropriate amount of bandwidth and cameras for security. Totally agree. There's no reason to open this building if it doesn't have security in it. That's part of the reason why we are where we are today, right? Just in looking at this list here, Joe, this isn't the one. I want the next one, which is the additional funds.
The additional, sorry.
Yeah, go back there. Of all the items on this list, probably the most significant one is the room divider. You very much need better lighting in that park, but that's a decision you can wait for later. The storage room conversion, that can wait for later. Graffiti, I love the idea of more public art, or perhaps having treatment by our graffiti abatement, that can wait for later. It'd be great to get them all done at one time, but I certainly understand difficulty in decision-making on this if you've got some concerns about it. Again, we didn't want to pigeonhole you to force a decision. We want to give you opportunities to really think this through, and if you wanted to support it with a source, you can. If you want us to work on something else, let us do that. We'd probably come back, though, to look for just the $29,000 for that piece. I think the remainder we would exclude for some other future project, just to make sure we can get this done.
If I may, is the kitchen upgrade a priority for council? Currently we have, if you can see the kitchen, it's less than desirable. There's no storage. There's a kitchen sink. Countertops are worn out.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's unacceptable. We can't have, I mean, it's barely acceptable for an outdoor park facility. Jennifer, do we have anything from the public? I know we've been yammering on for a bit.
We don't have anything there.
Okay. Seeing none. All right, Councilmember Jean.
Just regarding the $154,000, is there any potential increases in cost if we do this later? I know when we talk about CP 42, we talk about how if we don't do it all at once, and then it could potentially come back much more expensive.
So our contractor, all these bids, he bid today. And if we wait, what we might be able to do is we might be able to subcontract these out to other contractors at a later date and get better prices. This is the price that DD Construction gave us to date to do the work. Again,
why are the lights so expensive, the $80,000?
So currently there are Sternbergs out there. Sternbergs is historically expensive. And if we want different lighting, then we can use different lighting. The reason we chose Sternberg is because that's the theme of the park. That's what's already out there. So if we stay with a theme, we would feel it would match better. We're not necessarily stuck with Sternberg's. We can use a different lighting around the buildings to provide adequate lighting. That's an option. The reason we went Sternberg, again, is that was just the theme of the park.
Okay. That includes new fixtures, new light poles? How much would that upgrade the, I mean, that's a big expense, the 80. How would that enhance how much is that going to enhance the park and the lighting in the park?
It would greatly enhance the park. But again, we do have other lighting options if we decide to move forward away from the Sternbergs. Again, the Sternbergs, it was a theme. That's why they were chosen, but there are different options if we're okay with having different lights around the building that are not the same as the park. There are options.
Well, how much would that save? Would that be a significant saving?
Sternbergs are historically super expensive.
Yeah.
We would probably cut each light. We'd probably get each light for, instead of paying $10,000 a light, we'd probably get them for $7,000.
Okay.
I mean, so could save.
Save.
30, 40,000, 30,000 maybe.
Okay. All right, Councilor Jean. Is that an old one? Okay. All right. I'm good. I think it's a significant investment. I'm good as recommended if we're going to do it. I think it's, again, a significant investment in this facility. I know there's some issues as to whether or not the Economic Development Opportunity Fund's the right thing. It all comes from the general fund at the end of the day, so it doesn't. I think that's fine for me, but would entertain additional thoughts, or there's maybe some little things we can cut here or there, be it the lights. There's suggestion about the graffiti, other things, but I'm fine for the whole boat. All right, Councilor DuPont.
I agree that it's a significant investment and we need to do it, but we do have policies in place for a reason. So while it does all come from the general funds, I think Councilmember Smith brings up a good point and a valid point that I think needs to be fleshed out a little bit. So, at this point, we can move forward with the 350, and in the additional upgrades, the room divider would be the most important for me to maximize the use of that property. So, but I would love to see the 154 and be able to fund everything if we can.
Okay, anybody else? All right, is there a motion? Go ahead.
While we're building some consensus here, what I might recommend, you heard from Joe that perhaps we could look at changing the specs on the lights. Perhaps we get direction to try to lower it and use the savings to cover the divider. And then at that point, you really wouldn't need any of the 154. You'd have it all covered under the 350, and those are other items we could look at doing at a later time.
So I'll make a motion to approve the 350 grand allocation from the South Merced Fund for the work presented, plus 29 grand from the Economic Development Fund for the divider, and with instructions to come back with a fleshed out and stronger proposal for the remainder for potential consideration from the Economic Development Fund.
Okay, motion second. Councilmember Harris? So Smith and DuPont in discussion on the motion. Councilmember Harris.
Discussion. I don't see how we can question the use of the economic development funds and still say, but we'll take part of it for the divider. We can either use it or we can't. Support the 350, and if we need to do the research and find out if it's within our purview to use the economic development funds, then we can, from there, decide how much we want to spend out of that.
Well, just to explain the motion, I threw in the divider because I would agree with regard to that particular item that there was an economic development rationale for it. The others, I don't see it. And I also think that just from our discussion, probably staff could bring back a better proposal for that additional value add piece anyway.
All right, Councilman Harris, response? No? Okay. Okay, Councilman Jean.
I mean, if we're talking about just policies, those are just items we could revise, right? Similar to what was proposed with regards to the Affordable Housing Fund. It could be revised here to simply say if it contributes at all to the city revenue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree. Revising the policy is not before us. Applying the policy is before us. If we want to revise the policy in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, we can do that, but we're not doing that today. There are words extraordinary and significant.
All right, any additional comments?
I'm actually trying to find a way we can move this forward and the project still moves on. So I will hope you'll take my olive branch.
All right, Jennifer, call for the question.
Okay, and just so that everyone knows, this is a 5 affirmative vote item.
Yes.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda?
Yeah, I think it'll be well worth it. You know, it's the work you guys did on it out there, because we saw it at its worst, and I saw it before it got worse. I mean, because I've been in that building before, and it was used quite often then, and in that neighborhood, you know, it's been redone. It'll draw people in there that want to come in and run it for dances or weddings. It's roomy enough. So yeah, I think it'll pan out somewhere.
Okay, Mr. If you could, we're at the voting part of it now, Mr. Deanda. If you want to vote.
For the what?
To vote for this item?
So, Ronnie, if you support what you just said, vote yes. If you disagree with what you just said, vote no.
Yeah, so
You made the best argument for it, right?
I think that area, it's right in front of Sheehy School. It's right across the street from Sheehy School. And you got the National Guard building on the other side, the front end of it. It's in the park. You know, kids come over there and play. Yeah. It's
Councilmember Dan, it's voting time. So what?
So how do you vote though?
yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Thank you. Moving on to H3, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item H3, authorization to accept and appropriate $12,585 in grant funds from fiscal year 23 State Homeland Security Grant Program for the Merced Police Department to purchase a solution to assist in radio inadequacies that exist within our current radio system.
Good evening, council. I have a 5-vote item for you today. This is a grant appropriation, accept and appropriate the grant for $12,585. We took this item. It was a tested product for our radio systems that can convert our radio systems to a cell phone technology for short-term use. It's not a long-term solution to radio by any stretch of the imagination, but it assists us in radio transmissions when we're outside of our radio territory for the towers. We took this before the Big 5 committee. All of our local agencies are going to this platform. It's called Tango Tango. We all kind of combined our resources and got a discounted rate. We field tested this product for free. We found it to be sustainable and work very good. We were awarded the grant through the Big 5 program for the full amount for the service and for the product itself. And we're asking the council tonight to accept and appropriate the money of $12,585 for the grant so we can pay for the product out of the Homeland Security grant that we were awarded.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief? Anything from the public, Jennifer?
Not for this item, Mayor.
Okay, additional discussion or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item H4, accept and appropriate Merced County funding in the amount of $14,428 and approve a subrecipient agreement with Merced Multicultural Arts Center for a lighting system upgrade project in a not-to-exceed amount of $14,428.
Mayor and council members, this is also a five-vote item for your consideration tonight. I'm filling in on behalf of Ms. Flackman, who worked on the admin report. Also have support from Supervisor Pedroso, who is part of the process. I'll explain that in a minute. Of course, we have representatives here that can talk about the building and the facility as well. So thank you. I have backup here. The county basically had supervisors have an allocation available to them. They want to make this funding source available for this use. And so they couldn't directly provide it to the arts group, but they can provide it through a subrecipient through the city, an agreement through the city. So that's why it's on your agenda tonight. Basically, we would accept the funds and then turn around and do a subrecipient agreement for Multicultural Arts Center to add this equipment. My understanding this equipment is pretty much plug and play. It's upgrading lighting that's being used on the inside. We're not talking about adding fixtures on the outside. I'm sure they can get a better explanation of what it would do and how it would benefit the arts, but that's why it's here for your consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Any questions for our city manager? Jennifer, any requests to speak from the public?
I do have two, Mayor, from Colton Dennis and Josh Pedroso.
All right. Mr. Dennis.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. The Multicultural Arts Center was renovated 30 years ago, and most of the equipment that we do have in the black box theater space is hand-me-down equipment that was given when other theater companies around the region had upgrades, and they donated their instruments to us. And I've got pictures, I can pass it to you. This is some old stuff, probably from, I don't know, 80s, 70s maybe, late 70s. That's the lighting equipment we're trying to replace. And this is something that we change every time that we have some kind of theatrical performance. We had a special event, the inauguration of our first poet laureate this Saturday. I have to change those over to refocus these for whatever presentation that we have in there. So if it's a concert, if it's a theatrical production, if it's a powwow, anything like that, I have to change it over. Here's the operating system. It's a light board console. The tape there is some things that the sliders or the switchers, they do not work, so don't touch them. And these are some of not necessarily the exact replacement, but basically the same kind of concept of replacement. So these are LEDs. The lighting instruments, they last longer. LEDs just last longer. They don't run as hot. The same plug-in that's already existing in the building. So it's just like having a lamp in your living room and you just plug it into the wall socket, basically, but you're just doing it up here. And this is similar to what will replace the lighting board or the light console. To make it much easier for us to operate, and instead of going up and down the two floors into the light booth, which is on the second floor, we can do lighting, focusing with an iPad or something like that down below. It saves us a lot of physical labor. This is something, too, that we do have a consultant that donates his time because he works with us a lot with all of our theatrical productions. It's Chad Phillips, who's the TD, the technical director at Merced College Theater. And he's the one that helped us find the replacement instruments for this. So it's relatively simple. It's something we already do, but with really older instruments. This is newer. It's going to be more impactful on the performances that we have. And we think that, we do have a lot of issues with the building, but this is something that doesn't cost necessarily as much. We had some funding thanks to Supervisor Pedroso and the County Board of Supervisors to start this process, and hopefully that impact will help fund other projects that we can have in the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. All right, state your name, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, and City Council or City Attorney. Usually I don't come dressed like this. My daughter played in her all-star softball game today, and so I came straight from there over here because this is how important it is to me. They did win, by the way, which is important. She went 2 for 3. I just want to start by saying thank you for letting me comment and highlight the use of special district project funds from District 2. This is something that I found that was really important to me. And it's because it wasn't just important to me for the city of Merced, but I think for Merced County and the entire region. This is really, truly is an investment in the entire region. And as Mr. Dennis just stated, a lot of projects and programs come out of there. Recently, there was just a performance that I know of people that performed there from the San Joaquin Valley, or I'm sorry, from San Joaquin County, Stanislaus County. I've talked to people who have visited that place from Mariposa County. So this is really an investment in our entire region. It's something that's really important to me. I've always welcomed opportunities to collaborate with our partners on efforts that strengthen the arts and support programs that enhance quality of life in Merced County. And I thank you for your partnership on this. It's because I believe that arts develop people, they ignite creativity, provide a platform for self-expression, and open doors regardless of background. This is more than just about providing an open space for entertainment. This is about education, mental health, civic engagement, and opportunity, something that we have right here, right next to us. I believe we need to be a community that inspires, that invests in growth, and that makes room for creativity, something that the Merced Multicultural Arts Center does, and something that I think that the Merced City Council and Merced County Board of Supervisors has taken very seriously. I encourage your support on this item and am willing and happy to answer any questions, but it's getting late, so thank you.
Right. Thank you, Josh. We appreciate it very much. And no, thank you for this consideration. And you would, I mean, a cliche to say, but a lot of people, you know, you're representing their organization, but you're truly somebody who's willing to partner. And I mean that truly. Someone who represents the people, has everybody's best interest at heart, and is certainly willing to partner. So. All right, anybody else, Jennifer?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, additional discussion or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
All right, well done, gentlemen. Thank you, Colton. Thank you, Josh.
Okay, agenda item H5, adoption of resolution approving the administrating agency state program supplement number F040 and agreement summary E-76 for a congestion mitigation and air quality program grant CML-5085, project number CP250076, CMAC multi-use path on Community College Drive and Yosemite Avenue project for the use of $84,103 in CMAC grant funding for preliminary engineering.
All right, what do you have for us, Joe?
Good evening, members of the council. Joe Cardoso, City Surveyor. In 2024, City Council, the staff applied for a congestion mitigated measure program grants to provide sidewalks on Yosemite Avenue from M Street to G Street, and also College Green Drive from G Street to M Street. This is a program supplements that allows us to start our design projects, and it's also accepting the $84,000 in CMAQ grant funding. So we would request that City Council approve the program supplement and accept the $84,000 in grant funding for preliminary engineering.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to kind of remind the council, this is one of two projects that we submitted under the call for projects at that time. We did have very large contingency of community involvement. We had a meeting in Sandpipes to kind of focus on projects. Thankful that we were able to get this one funded. We also got the other one funded later on once more funding was available. So that was a project in South Merced. And so tonight's just part of the process. We need your consent, your action tonight to let us continue forward on this one specific project.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Questions for Joe? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, further discussion, questions, or a motion? Councilmember Smith?
Motion.
I'll second and just add that I was surprised by the number of Crookshank Middle School kids who truck across the back path going home one way or the other. So I think it's really important for our children's safety too.
Yes, sir. All right, additional comments? All right, Harrison Smith, call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving federal aid projects program supplement agreement number F040. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Is it Jen? This is H5. See, it says yes on my screen.
I didn't see a vote.
Okay.
Let me reset this.
Okay.
I'm going to reset the vote. We're going
Okay.
to try it again.
Clear the vote and revote. That's okay.
Mayor, do you want me to wait for Councilmember Zhang?
No, that's okay. We have the 6.
Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang absent from the vote.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. All right,
Okay, agenda
H6.
item H6, accepting and appropriating grant funding in the amount of $750 for fiscal year 24-25 from United States Tennis Association, Northern California Operating Materials Services and Supplies.
All right. Deputy City Manager Quintero.
Good evening. The night's still young.
Still Monday.
Mayor and council members, USTA has granted the city of Merced $750 to use for their HITS program. And there will be 4 sessions, roughly 15 students per session, 10 and under. It's low cost or free. For the past few years, it's been held at the Blue Teal Top Court at Applegate Park. And based on the reference in the flyer of its location, probably will be the same. So we are asking, we need 5 votes to accept and appropriate the funds from USTA to the city.
Okay. Questions for our Deputy City Manager? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Discussion or a motion?
The night might be young in Hawaii, but it is not here. A motion to approve.
Second.
You have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda, if you could vote.
Do you like tennis, Ron? Yeah, what it does even. He hates that.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you.
H7.
Okay, agenda item H7, approval of the City Council fiscal year 2025-26 goals and priorities to include fiscal stability, public safety, future planning, economic development, pedestrian safety, affordable housing, capital projects, governance, and parks and community services.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Mr. McBride. Goals and priorities, part 3.
We're having technical issues this late at night.
We haven't gone past midnight in a while.
It's in a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yes, this is part 3 of our discussion of goals and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. I see right away we need to change it to 2025-26, not 25-25. So we'll correct that for the final version. Before I get into this, I know it's late this evening. I just want to acknowledge and thank the ad hoc subcommittee that was formed. Councilmember DuPont and Zhang had a good, productive conversation, a meeting. We had to do it by teams. I was not feeling the best that day, but I think we made very good progress. I think their input and guidance was very deliberate. I think it was clear. I think the end product is better than where we started. I think I mentioned this in the last presentation. We probably started on one side. We swung way over to the other side. And I think now we're somewhere right about where we should be in the middle. You know, what I heard was find goals that are achievable. Let's be realistic with expectations and timelines. I think everything you have here does that. We clearly need to make a few changes, like get 25, 26 on here. We can definitely dress it up to make it look better, but the content in here I think is very good for the city. So I know it's late and I've had a chance to read this. Just the main areas here are fiscal stability, and as you notice, just to the right of it, these are some statements we've had from the past that we wanted to make sure that we provide in this document. We felt they were worth keeping. So the first section is fiscal stability. I would just add too that there's no ranking based upon how they're listed, like one is not above another for priority. These are just sections that we had, and they ended up falling in place as they did. So just below it, we've got public safety. Give you a chance to look at that real quickly. Public safety continued here. And for formatting, we will kind of divide these into pages where it makes sense. It'll be a little more visually appealing, but the content won't change from this point forward if you take action tonight to approve it. Future planning. Pedestrian safety was the next category, followed by affordable housing. Capital projects, obviously we've had a lot of discussion tonight about capital projects, including one of the just most recent Stephen Leonard building. Governance. Followed by Parks and Community Services. And then we did add a few policy topics. These are things that have come up over the period of last year, maybe just some items that you might want to consider at some point during the next fiscal year. I do believe that your goals and priorities should kind of have a life. They should be living and breathing. There's things that we need to discuss. You have a process to bring that up even outside of this. So that's never a constraint for a good policy discussion. Last section, I know the Venus has these in the budget, but we wanted to add the new CAP projects that were proposed in the budget just so you could see them here. So we did have some discussion about current CIP projects. Earlier tonight, I showed you the list for roads. I'll maybe get some feedback from the two ad hoc committee members about their thoughts on that, but maybe it might be helpful to include a snapshot of what we currently have planned for projects. And obviously the roads and pedestrian projects here, these are all things that you've got some level of involvement in or are very much aware of. Parks and final capital improvements. So that's kind of all the content that we went through. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll defer to the two members. I know they probably want to make some comments about how we got here tonight and their involvement.
Okay.
Thank you, City Manager McBride. I'll go ahead and start. So we took this opportunity to kind of pare down some of the sections, kind of limit ourselves to anywhere from 7 to 10 as a max. But we tried to look at what was there, and if we couldn't readily understand a outcome or deliverable from that goal and priority, and it was just some generalized information or desire, we kind of removed it from the goals and priorities to actually provide a list that allows us to understand what a deliverable or an outcome is. And then we took project-specific things and directed City Manager McBride to kind of put all of those at the end of the list. They're not goals and priorities, but we thought they were important for the community to understand what we're doing and where we're at. And so one of the comments I do have as well is in the CIP list and the project-specific things is to include notes or information about where we are on projects. If, we saw a list tonight that some projects are bidded out for award for construction and some projects are pre-designed. So I think it's important for not only ourselves, but the public to understand where we are on some of these projects. So I would like to see that in the finalized version. We had discussion of that as well. So that's kind of the overarching discussion we had and what we took to pare down goals and priorities and come up with this list.
All right. Anybody else? All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Councilmember Smith.
So thank you for all the work on this, to the subcommittee, the city manager. Just because these things sometimes become proof of life, the citywide CFD is dropped off. It would be on my list of things that we can do to stimulate revenue for our next budget year. And I don't know what to call it, but the gray water recapture notion, it seems to have dropped off the list, but otherwise.
Councilmember, if I could, on both of those.
Please, if I missed it, tell me.
No, you're fine. The CFD work is nearing completion, actually. Okay. The consultant work is essentially done. We discussed it today about what we need to do. We probably need to have a budget subcommittee to work through it. I know we met with Councilmember Boyle today and kind of gave her an update on it. You're going to have to adjust the rates. I think the rates are going to be far more than you'd want to adopt, so you have to kind of come to a sweet spot on that. On the gray water system, I had several interactions with the proposed group that wants to bring it forward. I have concerns about providing a discount for a system that could be bypassed. So I'm not sure why you give a discount for a gray water system when a year or two later you just decide to bypass it. It's like no other different residents in the city. If we want to discuss that in more detail, we can add it to a utility subcommittee list. We'd have to create a new rate for that in the rate study, so some things we'd want to do, but I'm happy to have that conversation at the subcommittee level.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's appropriate. I mean, the gray water recapture system, it's been a while now, but I think that was always just the initial take a look and then bring it back for information kind of thing. So I think that'd be appropriate for the utility subcommittee. That's all I got.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. I saw that one of the items that was added on page 3 under economic development was the maintaining a digital presence. I would recommend putting that with our PIO. I brought up our social media presence a few years ago in goals and priorities. Given that the PIO works with all divisions, I think the position is the appropriate person to be working with whoever we do end up hiring for that.
Sure. And just in terms of structure, obviously, it's the Office of Economic Development under the City Manager's office, so that staff person falls right in line there, can work with me on it.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor Jean.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Councilmember DuPont, for working together and putting this together. A few things. I agree with what Councilmember DuPont mentioned earlier about the CIP list at the end. I prefer a more detailed list similar to what you have shown previously. And then on top of that, I was thinking similar to what some of the residents mentioned earlier today about a South Merced study. Maybe that could be added in here as a policy item, not policy, a governance item. If our South Merced plan is 20 years old, and then I think it's about time that we start looking at how do we renew the study. But aside from that, I think with regards to affordable housing, I think our conversation was originally to look at the housing element and then add in goals from there. And I'm not sure these are the exact goals because I went through the multi-jurisdictional housing element and I pulled out some that I would like to either see be added in here or at least one or two. And these are really goals that we set for ourselves in the housing element that are within 1 or 2 years. And that would include developing a formal procedure to monitor no net loss pursuant to SB 166, adopt an ordinance that establishes specific procedures to grant priority services within a year of the certification of the housing element to housing units affordable to lower income households whenever capacity is limited, conduct a housing conditions survey, develop scope for UC Merced student housing, apply for or support application for funding programs for farm worker housing with the goal of developing 2 farm worker housing projects during the planning period. So again, these are items that we already have listed in our housing element, and putting them in here would help us align the two.
Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Strategic planning and goals and priorities always have the risk of turning out a document that's incredibly vague and unachievable. Kudos to you, to my colleagues, to the subcommittee who narrowed things down, to staff who participated in it. Because what we have here is a document that's meaningful, it's directive, and I think it's very valuable. So, good work.
Okay, further discussion or a motion?
Motion.
Okay, is there a second? That's to approve as is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? I'll second. Got that. Jennifer?
Who did I get for the second?
I did.
You did? Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Serrato. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
What's that?
And the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no. All right.
Reports.
Agenda item I, reports. I1, City Attorney's Office presentation on receivership activities for fiscal year 24-25.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I would be more than happy to bring this item back next week. It is a report, no direction requested.
How long is it going to take?
10 minutes? Go for it.
I say we do it. Unless there's a motion to continue. But this is the last item. If anybody's saying, if anybody's got a future agenda item after tonight.
Is there a presentation?
Howard was like, no more projects. She said, we can't add anything else. Now it's going to be, we got 10 more.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents, stakeholders, employees. Want to go a brief overview of our receivership program. I'll go through the legal authority. I'll share what our current case list is. We've had some good financial recovery this fiscal year, and I'd like to go through the acknowledgements because it is definitely a multi-department and division effort to get these projects done. We start with the California Health and Safety Code. That is the source of our authority to deal with receiverships. Basically, we're dealing with dilapidated properties where we have to provide the owner with notice and an opportunity to rectify the situation. And the code says that where violations are so extensive and of such a nature that the health and safety of residents or the public is substantially endangered. These are the type of projects we get. We get the worst of the situation out in the community, and when there is lack of progress in dealing with the issue, then we can get the help of a court that will appoint a receiver, and the receiver has to show experience and particular skill set to be able to pull off the remodel of the building. Skip that. So visually, this we get the worst of the bunch, and ideally we turn it into that. Those two pictures are, believe it or not, the same dwelling. Current. This is the current receivership case list. The bottom three are recently submitted to our office. I'll go through some on the list. 131 West Main Street. That has been a particular challenge. When I first came to the city, I believe it was an existing problem. It had a owner that was a corporation, and the corporation was defunct. So the challenge was who to deal with in the property to get the court action started. We went with, after much debate, we went with a publication that the court agreed upon. We got the case started, and our receiver stepped down for personal reasons. We got the subsequent receiver, and that receiver said they would take on the matter if the city paid $80,000 up front. So that was, we didn't want to go that route. Luckily, we found our third receiver that, as a business practice, believes that he will not take a case where the city has to pay for. And as of today, the receiver and a buyer has open escrow for $310,000. Buyer has removed contingencies, so they are working their way through the escrow. Our next court date is July 16th. Property will be delivered in broom-swept condition. That is receiver speak, meaning they will clean it up before the property is turned over. Within the next 60 days is our goal. We've gotten one bid for cleaning the property that includes the hazardous condition of asbestos abatement. The challenge is we think that bid is about 50 to 75,000 more than we expected. What's going on right now with earlier this year, we had the fires down south. So the asbestos cleanup companies are putting a premium on their bids because they have a lot of work to do right now. We are hoping to get the bid down so we can move forward with the property and complete the sale. But that has been quite the challenge. Merced Inn and Suites is another large project we have taken on. When we first went to court, the owner showed up, said that they had plans to remodel and to allow them, without the use of a receiver, to move forward with their remodeling plans. We had argued for the receiver because they had pulled the plans 2 years ago, and we didn't think that was moving forward with haste, considering the situation that was existing for the community. There's been a couple of court hearings for the owner to show progress. They currently have remodeled about 45 out of 110 units. So they've shown some progress, enough so the court has not allowed us to move forward with the receiver. So it's turning into a owner conducting remodeling under court supervision because they have to report back every so often at the next hearing. So we'll be there this month and to monitor how much progress they're making. This one, 704 Northwood Drive, is a residential property. We were able to get a receivership. Then we found the owner, who had passed away, had a out-of-state daughter. And we worked with a attorney in town to move the receivership to a probate matter. We cleaned up the property through the receivership, and then we turned it over to the probate court, and the daughter's able to inherit the home. And city received, and the receiver received payment up to the date of our efforts, and then the home ended up staying in the family, which it's very important in these receiverships that you have a team that wants what's best. Sometimes once a receiver gets in, the fees and the billing can get out of control, and it's hard to do something like keep a home in the family. So I was very happy we were able to resolve that for the family. What else do I have? There is a financial recovery aspect. We have code enforcement costs. Code enforcement sends out citations. First notice is 100, second 200, third 300, and then it continues at the 300 level. We also have structures where the utility payments haven't been paid and they're due and owing. So in this fiscal year, we've been able to bring in $96,354.93. Not to revisit budget discussions, but that is $96,000 free for anyone who wants to claim it. I mentioned earlier about the team. Want to start with the city attorney's office staff. A lot of times we talk about lack of attorneys, but this staff does a great job keeping track of these properties, working with escrows, getting our fees into the city. Of course, it starts with the police department and the code enforcement division. Chief, want to thank you for your work and your staff's work. They're the first leg. They not only is the code enforcement out sending out notices to correct the situations, a lot of times they're going into situations where the officers have to go with them for their safety. So it is a whole department effort. Some of the properties have had fires, and the fire department has not only responded, but has helped secure properties. And the building division, finance department. Prentice Long is one of the firms on my panel. Eric Beatty is an attorney that is a full-time receiver. He's the one that helped with the plan on 131 Main Street. And Dan Collins and Marianne Dixon are a team that's working with about 4 or 5 properties right now, doing an excellent job. And that was the update. Thanks for allowing me the time. If you have any questions.
Questions for Craig? Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Do the code enforcement fees get reviewed at any time, like the water, sewer types of fees? I'm afraid $300 just becomes a cost of doing business at some point for some of the larger people.
We have not looked at the fees, but I will say that, so when you see some of the recovery at $20,000, $25,000, you just
It's a lot of $300 fines.
So you just keep going and hitting them with the tickets until we get a sale or we get a receiver presenting a final status report to the judge.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Smith.
So, thank you, Craig. It's too bad Merced went to bed about 3 hours ago, because what I just want to impress on my colleagues as an attorney is that Craig has been with us for 1.5 years, 2 years, and we're now seeing movement on some of these intractable cases, and that's a lot for one person with the staff. So, I appreciate your efforts and great job.
Thanks.
Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Thank you. The last two. Anything from Colton? Okay, good. Councilmember Jean.
Just to Councilmember Smith's point, considering how long it takes for some of this stuff to get resolved, do we have just average timeline of how long this takes?
Some of the, once the the current receivers we have in place, we have had residential properties turn around in less than 60 days. That has not been the case. The city had a prior receiver that was spending a lot of, getting the bills up pretty high. And those can kind of drag on. And then the commercial properties can be a challenge when you have hazardous materials and need particular, not only do you need particular vendors to resolve it, but you have to get a state permit to start the work. So those can go on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Craig, thank you for your work on this. Thank you for the presentation. This is an incredibly important area for our community and a major quality of life issue. So thank you very much. Your service is appreciated by everyone in Merced.
Okay, agenda item J, business. J1, request to add item to future agenda.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, future agenda.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember DuPont.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing for me.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Smith.
I'm sorry, I actually have two I want to bring up. Try to get in and out with these things. Number one, I would like to take the city manager's challenge and raise for discussion our goals and priorities in town hall process and also how that feeds into budget. And I'd like to, as a part of that, have a discussion about whether it would be wise to explore a 2-year budget planning cycle. I took a peek at the charter, as I want to do, and the charter actually requires and talks about an annual budget cycle. So maybe there's a charter amendment in all this, but I would initially like to have a conversation with you all about how goals and priorities in town halls should be organized going forward, how it feeds into the budget process, and whether the budget process might look more like a 2-year planning cycle with a 1-year budget kind of built into it. I can talk more about my idea, but I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your
I don't think I
votes.
need a motion, but I just need a second to get it scheduled, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The DuPont rule?
Yep.
I think we need to give our finance team a chance to get past budget for this. I mean, I'd be open to
This is not.
second meeting in July or first meeting in August. I'll defer to Venus. And this is just for the initial discussion.
Okay, come back. First, what do you think, Scott? First part of August? Okay, early August.
Okay. Second one, and this has been something I have seen basically during my entire time on the council, but our selection and placement of ceremonial items is a little bit haphazard. I think sometimes it works, sometimes the common of the council meeting can be a little bit overrun. Also, the mayor and the city manager send out letters of support that I don't think we actually see, and I know the public doesn't see. So just in line with talking about maybe cleaning up some of our ceremonial practices and items, I'd like to raise those two for discussion. Probably just tee up the conversation and ask the ethics subcommittee to look at it. But if I can get a second for support, I think a good meeting for that is probably the 1st in July. It's typically a little bit lighter.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
All right. Councilmember Deanda. Future agenda. Okay, seeing that. Ron, anything for your future agenda?
I think he said no.
Okay.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Just want to make sure. Is there anything you'd like to see on a future agenda, sir? Okay. Guess we can pass. That's enough. All right. We can pass, go to council comments, Jennifer?
Okay, agenda item J2, city council comments.
Councilmember Deanna, any council comments? Take that pass. Oh, shoot. Okay. Ron, any council comments? Okay, hearing none. Councilmember Smith.
I will defer. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Went to the Merced County Law Enforcement Officers of the Year dinner and the Merced Firefighter Scholars Foundation event.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Jean. Councilmember DuPont.
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing tonight.
All right. Just want to thank everybody who came out for our cleanup day on Saturday, the Joe Herb cleanup, big community endeavor. So just a big appreciation for everybody who was involved in that.
Okay, agenda item K, adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.